I can continue. Pardon? It was you. Okay. Okay, let me again welcome everyone that have joined us, the Minister, the Department. Okay, so anyway. It's the heat, it's the IT, so we are starting on a very good note today. That's what's up here. So let me welcome again, Minister. And so you're raising your hand, so I was wondering that why so quick? I'm going to recognize you. Okay, and I'm going to just request that the members, I know it's Monday, that we just shouldn't get into it by introducing ourselves and then after the department. So I see I do have a full house. So if we can start by doing that from the department, we will appreciate that. Let me start by saying my name for the record. My name is Matlodi Maseko, and I'm the Standing Committee Chair in Human Settlements. And I am with Shemise Jones, who is our procedural officers. And over to you, members.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kayla Ann Tamashmari, and I'm the Standing Committee Chair for Economic Opportunities, Finance and Tourism, and also a member on this committee. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. My name is Sean August. I'm a member of the Standing Committee.
Mornings, Chair. Mornings, MEC. Mornings, everyone. My name is Pet Mahan, alternate member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, everybody present. My name is Derek America, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And from the
Good morning, Chair. I'm Andy Lily, the member of the committee. Thank you very much.
Member Lily, welcome. I was expecting members to be here. We didn't really agree that there will be a member online. So you are going to be a little bit disadvantaged, but we appreciate that you'll follow the proceedings of the Standing Committee. Thank you very much. Over to you, Minister. Oh, member, welcome. You can introduce yourself, Samarho, as you sit down.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Melikai Kako, alternate member of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A member to you and all your members present and those who are logged in. Tertia Simmers, Provincial Minister of Infrastructure.
Good morning, members. Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Camilla August. I'm the Chief Director, Human Settlement Planning, but Acting Director for the next little while. Thank you. Acting HOD for the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lionel Esterhazen, the Chairperson of the Western Cape Rental Housing Tribunal.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Nathan Adriansa, Head of Communications.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Kosana Babeki, Rental Housing Tribunal, the Western Cape. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rihanna Tari from the Department of Human Settlements, responsible for the West Coast region. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson and members. Roy Stewart, Director, Land and Asset Management.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Hangwani Mugeri, Western Cape Department of Human Settlements, Strategic Support.
Good morning, Dr. Renita Robertson from the Planning Directorate. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pamela Masiko Kambala, Director, Policy and Research. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Mfundo Taliwe, Director, Garden Route and Central Karoo. Thank you.
Good morning, members. Peter Klaassen, the Regional Manager for the Cape Wireless District. Thank you.
Morning, members. Gavin Wiseman, Director, Affordable Housing. Morning, Chair, members. I'm Rob Smith, Director, Grant Management.
Morning, everyone. Brian Denton, Director, Project Administration.
Good morning, all. Benjamin Nkosi, Director, Strategic Support.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shaira January Manzini, and I'm the Acting Director of Financial Management.
Good morning, Chairperson, honourable members. Francois de Wet, CFO for the department.
Thank you very much. I am now going to, just for those who are joining us on the line, just to set the rules of engagement. You are only going to be recognized by raising a hand, and then I will sort of indicate when can you engage, when can the public engage. So the rules, as we have continued, the time of the COVID will continue that way. And as for the members, for the engagement, we agree that this will be the in-person session. So the unfortunate part is Member Lily is online and is not here. I don't have a reason for why is he online, because we didn't receive
I have a flu.
Apology. I was trying to indicate that I have to recognize you, and a member is the one that disrupted that. Is it Member Lily?
Yes, Chair. I was trying to say I have a flu, man.
Oh, okay. No, it's noted, Honorable Member. Honorable Maran is here. Will represent you well. You can always send a WhatsApp to him if there's anything that you feel has to be asked. I think he will, or you can send it to me. I'll ask on your behalf. Thank you, member, and just rest. We appreciate that you joined even though you are sick. Without wasting any time, I'm just going to hand over to the Department Minister. We will start with the Tribunal first, and then after we'll go to the Department. So, Minister, any forward before we start with the Tribunal?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief because indeed, for the period under review, Lionel and the team have done exceptionally well. We've also seen the introduction of innovative mechanisms in how the Rental Housing Tribunal functions, its capacity to now actually deal with a bigger caseload, and also the reduction in the caseload, more so our historic items, which in Afrikaans sê ons ek het geërf when I came here in 2019, and you will clearly see from the report the key concerns that have been addressed since 2019. I'm happy to report that you'll pick up in Lionel's report as well, that a lot has been done to see progress in that regard as well. So all in all, given what the period we've come through, and we are now post-COVID-19, we can ultimately see, the true intention of where the Rental Housing Tribunal is going, but also the aspect of innovation that has assisted them in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Forward from the Chair for the Tribunal.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to repeat what I said in my summary in the report, but just also to latch on to what the Minister was saying is that over the 3 years, I'm here now for 3 years as the chairperson of the tribunal. We have made progress. When we started off, we had a strategic plan that we drew up for the 5-year term, and the end of February was about the midterm. And we look back at what we have set out to do and what we have achieved. And the conclusion was that we have, despite the challenges of the COVID pandemic, we have managed to actually do well on our strategic objectives. One of the objectives was to improve our efficiencies. We measure ourselves against what the Act says, that within 3 months, landlords and tenants can't litigate against each other. And that is our benchmark. So we want to finalize our matters within 3 months after the complaint was lodged. And that is our benchmark, and we've done well to get within that time frame. The other very important objectives that we have is that we must also bring our services to the poorer sectors of the community. At the moment, that is still a work in progress. The actual reach out to the community was hampered by the COVID. Everybody knows that we couldn't really go out, but that has changed now. We've gone on a very aggressive drive to go out to these communities and municipalities, and in the same breath also establish rental housing information officers at municipal offices, so that our clients, our constituents can actually go to the municipality and get service there instead of having to come to Cape Town to get that service. So that is work in progress, and I must say that from the engagements that we had with municipalities, there is a very positive response to our request to include that service in their current operations. We're looking forward to actually extend on that. And as Minister has said, one of our objectives was to be more accessible. The CRM, is the Customer Relations Management System, is fully operational now. We do experience some teething problems like with any new system, but it's doing very well. We've reduced a lot of our paperwork, and even our members who are not youngsters, we managed to use that system very well. So that is one of the innovations that we've done. And I must also thank the department. We have moved into very modern offices now, and our hearing rooms are state-of-the-art. We have facilities where we can also accommodate people that can't attend our hearings. We can accommodate them virtually, and that is a very good progress, very good facility to have. Yes, I think the other information, it's in the report, and there's just the one thing that I want to add on to what our stakeholder engagement is, that is at the moment our structure in the department, or rather in the tribunal, does not make provision for that. But we will have to work to get a dedicated team to do this outreach and communication so that people can become aware of our services. And that is what we have found as we go through to municipalities and communities, that not everybody is aware of our services. So that is one of the areas in the structure of the tribunal that needs attention, where we have to get a dedicated team to do our marketing and our stakeholder engagement. Minister, sorry, Chairperson, if there's any other questions, we will respond to them as it comes up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, members. I am going to open for the questions for the tribunal. Any questions? Member Maran?
Chair, yes. Thanks, Chair. And once again, good morning. Chair, Communique has been in the news over the last year or two. And I think earlier this year, in a court application to evict, and I think the respondent's name it's a Berenice White. The court basically, I think it was temporarily scrapped that matter because the communique, according to the court, have not followed the required procedures. And if that's the case, we would like to understand why procedures were not followed. Then, Chair, there was another matter, and I'm not sure whether that matter has been resolved in the land claims court, where there is question marks whether Communique is the real owner of some of the properties. And I think in that particular matter, the court rules against Communique. And I know basically in the statement it was said that they're gonna appeal that particular matter. And I want to know whether they have indeed appealed. If not, why not? and whether they have basically, Chair, provide the land claims court with title deeds and they are the owner of certain property, specifically that one that the method that they took to court. Thanks.
Thank you very much, members. Any other question? Member Morai?
I just wanted to unpack the backlog and processing of public participation and what steps have been taken since to ensure that we are getting on track. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I don't see any hand. I just want to find out from my side on the members' payments. I see, and I take it that from 2019, 2021, 2021, 2022, there was the period of the COVID-19 that maybe the meetings were not happening in person. There was a period of the virtual. But I see the amount of 2021, 2022 is still high, and it doesn't show the effect of COVID from the payments throughout the financial years. Maybe my interpretation is wrong. I'll appreciate if I can get the response to that. And the other one is the number of cases that are opened on page 14. I see for 2021, 2022, it's 817, and it's gone down drastically. Is it that now the communities have lost trust in the system for opening the cases, or what are the reasons that maybe if you can be, you become a genie to say why now the cases are that low when we had about 1,325 for 2020, 2021, and it went down just drastically to 817. But the cases that are captured, it talks to what has been happening throughout the years with the 2,544. Well, what is it that is exceptional that we are doing now for the cases that are opened to be that low? I think that will be all from me for now. Thank you very much. I don't know who's going to respond, Chair.
Chairperson, I don't know whether I'm in the position to respond to the member's question regarding communicare, but just for the record to say that the parties in that particular case is actually the communicare as a rental institution and those tenants, and the Tribunal was not a party to that particular dispute and the matter, so I think it's inappropriate for us, and I don't know whether the department has any information on that, to know whether the state is going to appeal to that ruling of the order of the court. So I'll leave it open if the department wants to respond to that. I will also respond to the question regarding the open cases, and I then think from the staff support they can then respond to the question regarding the public participation and the remuneration of members. As far as the lower number of cases open, Chairperson, I think it's a mix of a number of circumstances. Firstly, it is the COVID pandemic, which saw us, if you look back from the number of inquiries that was received from the public on page 10. There is the call center report, and 2019-2020, that was just before the pandemic hit us. The number of inquiries that we received for rental rental issues was 10,367. And then slap bang within the COVID year, where we had the major lockdowns, it went down to 1,392. So that's a very big drop And our inquiries from the call center indicated that they were fully operational, so it's just the number of people that didn't call. And this is a call center, so it's not people coming into the offices to inquire, so it's a telephonic system. And we saw that big drop, and that in the financial year that's under discussion now, it raised to about 3,200. So it's not back to the normal circumstances that we were used to. And I think that also then related to the number of complaints that we received, although we expected to actually get more complaints because landlords and tenants were locked in and there was a lack of income and so on. We didn't get much of an increase in our complaints. If you look there at the table that you were mentioning now, is the number of complaints that we received, they also dropped from 3,180 to 1,944. And it now picked up in the current financial year that we are reporting on to 2,544 cases. Now, together with a lower number of complaints that we received, and also our opportunity to deal with the backlog that we had, that then got to the lower figure of 817 open cases. So we did a lot of work, as Mr. Waweki will also report to you, is that he had a backlog eradication strategy. There was quite a backlog in cases, but the staff attended to all of those backlog cases. What we also did was to improve our systems, and the members delegated some of our powers to close cases to the staff, and they could do that without having to refer to the members every time that they want to close run-of-the-mill type of cases where the case was withdrawn and so on. And that related to an improved figure as far as our outcomes are concerned. And yeah, Chairperson, that's what I want to respond to, and I think then from the staff they can respond to the public participation and the members' remuneration.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and also to the Chairperson of the Rental Housing Tribunal. In terms of the members' payments, Chair, if you looked at the table, you can see in 2019 it was just over 3 million. It went down in 2020 to 2.4 million, and 2021 it went to 3.7 million. Now, part of what the Chairperson of the Tribunal has already given you the information to is that in terms of the backlog eradication strategy, we went through a process of dual hearings to work on that particular portion. And then, of course, we also had a full complement of members. You'll remember previously we only had 5 members. We now have 5 plus the additional 2 alternate members, which also assisted us in terms of eradicating the backlog. But obviously there's a cost associated with that as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Adrian, sir. Regarding the public participation process relating to the regulations, there were 2. One was held in Cape Town and one was held in the Southern Cape in Platinum Bay. That process has run its course. Those regulations, we expect those regulations to come into effect during the course of the latter part of this year. Thank you.
Just in terms of communique, only about 10% of communique stock is government supported. The rest is private stock. So we would keep track of the social housing stock where subsidies are provided in terms of that. The Social Housing Regulatory Authority would require strict firm reporting in terms of communiques, collection rates, and the processes that they've instituted for the portion of stock that's social housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any member?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'd like to commend the Tribunal for the substantial progress they have made with the backlog of cases that existed in the past. And I think given the difficult past 2 years, it certainly, was remarkable that they could bring it down that significantly. Chair, it is also indicative that new members joined the board, and the past financial year, there were no expenditure related to training and development. Is there a particular reason why there was not a cost associated to that? There's no induction training being offered to new members or to the existing staff that may exist. And then secondly, Chair, in terms of the number of awards issued or rulings, if I could put it that way, what is the compliance rate of those rulings in terms of, whether the, the complainant received the necessary relief that is sought as a result of the compliance of that ruling. And then secondly, in terms of default rulings, there were about 13 default rulings for the financial year. And then, and if you look at the rescission applications, how does it doesn't, for me speak to, just need to get to that, doesn't speak to me to those sort of rescission, those default rulings. Are they captured as part of the rulings that were issued? Of course it is, but how many of those sort of default rulings were taken on rescission? Let's put it that way. And then furthermore, Chair, in terms of the warrants of execution, quite a number of writs issued against some of these individuals involved, and it's quite substantial in terms of value. I don't know if the tribunal has data regarding the compliance of those writs of executions, whether, the complainants received the relief that was awarded to them. And then lastly, Chair, in terms of those re-applications, there are 6 listed, and I'm going to juxtapose it with the 13 default rulings. Were they the only applications for rescissions? And they all indicated as pending. How long are they outstanding? And what? Because the chairperson said they wish to have a turnaround time of 3 months. Are they sort of still within that turnaround sort of cycle? Yeah, thank you, Chair. That's all for me.
Thank you, Member Maran.
No, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to check, Chair. If we look on the year under review, it tells you basically the type of complaints that the tribunal have received, and it starts A and it ends at I. And I'm not sure whether I've missed basically whether those complaints that you have received, whether you have finalized it, what the outcomes was thereof. And if we don't have that figures here now, maybe at a later stage forwarded to us in terms of failure to refund deposits, unlawful notice to vacate, and so forth under the current year. That information in terms of what was the outcome of those complaints that you have received, Chair. Then, Chair, and I'm not sure whether I've heard whether the vacancy of Mr. Van Stade, whether that vacancy have been filled. That's one. And also, I think it's on page 8, support staff vacancies. What is the number of vacancies that opened and whether all those vacancies have been filled? And then also on that, Chair, whether vacancies that basically have occurred, whether the tribunal have enough staff to deal with the number of complaints that they are receiving. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will respond to some of these questions, but I think the training budget that I would request the support staff to deal with that. And also the vacancy of the members and the staff. And they can fill in where they think they can still augment my responses. As far as compliance with the rulings are concerned, the tribunal's rulings have the same effect, the same weight as that of a magistrate court's order. And the Act also makes provision that if there is no compliance with those rulings, it constitutes a criminal offense and it can be punished as such. And as far as our rulings are concerned, if it's a ruling sounding in money, if like for arrear rentals or for the refund of the deposit, if we issue a ruling in that sense, and there's no execution, no compliance with that, the complainant come back to the tribunal, and we will issue then a writ of execution, and that is taken to the sheriff, and the sheriff goes and they will then attach whatever valuables the respondents have to sell and so on. And as you can see, the amount that we have issued rulings for is quite substantial, and I think that the staff can give you a breakdown of what it is for deposits and for rentals. But unfortunately, that is where our involvement stops. There's no formal mandate for us to follow up and to actually inquire how much that sale and execution, whether it actually happened and how much money was recovered. So we would like to know that, but unfortunately, we also can't go further than that. There are some of the other rulings, as when you talk about compliance, is where we issue spoliation orders, where the landlord has dispossessed some of the possessions of the tenants and so on. Those are also executed via orders that we issue, and we then request the sheriff of the court to assist those complainants to go and retrieve their goods, and also to, if they want to be restored to the property, to do that. And in some cases, we also ask SAPS to assist where there's an expectation of disorder, that SAPS assist with keeping the order and so on. So we do have, in some cases, a problem with executing our orders. In one case, I can just give you an example where the landlord is overseas, and if the landlord is not here, it's impossible to actually now act against him in a criminal sense. So although we've issued an order for the restoration of the tenant, you can't act against the landlord if he's not here. So that is some of the technical problems that we have with the execution and compliance with our orders. But the sense that we have is that our orders are executed and executed, yes. We do have, one of our stakeholders is the security cluster, that's the police services and the sheriff. So we have engagements with them and also via our MEC for police oversight to actually assist and inform the police stations, because we find that in some cases the police officials are not fully informed of what our ruling, what the extent to which our ruling should be executed on. So that's one of our stakeholders that we work very closely on to get them on the same page as far as the execution of our orders are concerned. Then the default hearings, that happens where the respondent does not appear, and there's various reasons. Sometimes it's just that the respondent is not interested in coming, or he knows he's in the wrong and he doesn't want to appear, and he thinks that the complaint will go away if he doesn't attend. So in those cases, we make sure that there's actual proper service, that he knows about the hearing, and then if he doesn't appear, then we continue in his absence. We haven't had many, I can't recall any review application that we got from I think there's one where our decision was taken on review, but that is very rare for default judgments to be taken on review. I think the department can respond to the warrants issue, and then the reviews on how long it's outstanding. Our 3 months or 90 days, remember, America refers to the complaints until we have finalized it. Once we've issued a ruling, that is our finalization. So if it goes beyond that, we don't have any control over that. So if a party feels aggrieved with the ruling that was issued, he can take it on review, and then it's in his hands. He's then the dominus litis. He decides on when he goes to court and so on. In most of these cases, the tribunal will abide with the ruling of the High Court, but in some cases we do defend it. One of those cases is the Smuts one. That is subsequently, that was settled after the end of this financial year, so we haven't reported on that. But the settlement was basically on the same terms as which the tribunal issued the order. So the others are pending, and for various reasons. Sometimes it's costs, sometimes I think the parties have changed hearts, and we can't have any influence on whether they proceed or not. So that's outside of our control and our mandate. The outcome of complaints, the type of complaints and the outcome of complaints, I think I've covered some of that already. If it's a complaint for a refund of the deposit, we will issue a ruling. If we find that there was an unfair practice, we will issue a ruling that the portion of the deposit which we think should be refunded, that be done. And if there's no compliance from the landlord or the respondent in that matter, then we issue, the complainant can come for a writ of execution, and that is then issued. Where it's a complaint for maintenance, we will issue a ruling that if the tenant is still in occupation, that the necessary maintenance be done. That's in terms of, we look at the agreement between the two parties, whether the maintenance is actually the landlord's responsibility or not. And if we issue a ruling for the maintenance to be carried out, that must be done, and our inspectors, our investigators, case officers will go and see that is actually done. In some cases, the tenants have already vacated the property. Then what they usually ask for as a relief is for a reduction in the rental, what we call a remission in rental, that We will then consider that, and based on the circumstances, we will issue a ruling as far as we think the rental should be reduced. And that obviously is also a ruling sounding in money, and if it's not executed, we will issue a writ of execution, and that will then be taken its normal course. As far as unlawful notices are concerned, mostly those cases, the staff support deals with that to inform parties of their rights and obligations as far as the notices that needs to be issued. But if there's no compliance and it comes for a hearing, and the tribunal will consider that. And that goes for spoliations as well. We treat our spoliations on an urgent basis. So within about 24 to 48 hours, if the matter is not settled, we will schedule a hearing, and the tribunal will then consider an order to be issued in that regard. Then there's some cases, some questions that the staff can respond to. Mr. Tadrianza.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to Member Moran for the question around vacancies within the Rental Housing Tribunal. So Mr. Van Staden left at the end of February of 2022, and what we did was we took a decision with the chairperson that we will not fill that particular post. We only need to have a quorum of 3 members when we have a hearing. So in terms of us, again, part of what we try to do is be more efficient in terms of utilizing our resources. So we've not filled that particular post. And to all intents and purposes, it has worked well. When you look at the level of expertise amongst the members, they are able to deal with the caseload, and we've not experienced any delays in any particular hearings. In terms of the staff component, Member Moran, we have 27 officials within the Subdirectorate, the Rental Housing Tribunal. I refer you to page 8 of the annual report. We had 1 vacancy in the Technical Complaints Unit, and that vacancy has been filled. I can confirm that in that particular unit as well, you see a member there, Lionel March. He has retired, so we are in the process of filling that particular post. But there are no vacancies within the RHT barring that particular retirement. I think if you ask the question about whether we need more resources, I think any department will tell you they need more resources. And looking at what the chairperson has raised in terms of us wanting to aggressively market the services of the tribunal, it's one of those areas where you need to have warm bodies who are sufficiently empowered to go out and market the services of the tribunal. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think maybe last questions from me, it will be the percentage of the complaints that are linked to communique, because it has been all the time the communique that had a bulk of complaints. And 2, just to get the clarity and work with me, because 1 + 1 sometimes with me it gets to 11 instead of 2. On page 14, you do have a table of number of hearings is 565. And when you look at the number of postponed cases, 154, cases settled, 21, cases struck. In the nutshell, when you calculate all that, they come to 434. So where's the remaining cases? What happened to them? And that will be all from me.
Chairperson, I will respond to your question regarding communique, and then I would then ask the staff to respond to your question about the numbers, the figures there. We received the communique, that was in 2018, 2019, where we received the bulk of the communique complaints, about 760 about complaint. And we have now dealt with it, the bulk of it during the past financial year, during this financial year and the year before that. Subsequent to that, we have received only about 30 complaints, but that is not on the same issues. The previous complaints were about the increase in rental. The complaints that was now received was about maintenance issues. I can't respond to that because those matters have not come for hearings to the tribunal for hearings. But at the moment, I think it's about 30 cases that we are investigating from communique tenants. Yeah. Just to say, I think from what we know, communique hasn't increased their rental during the last 2 financial years, so that's probably why we haven't received any complaints about increase in the rental. So that is our information. Mr. Adriaanse.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll ask Mr. Vavek just to deal with the general hearings on page 14, table number 7.
Thank you, Mr. Adriaanse. Thank you, Chair. You would note that during the 2021-2022 financial year, we had 565 scheduled hearings. And as the Chair correctly pointed out, 154 of those scheduled matters were postponed. Now, if we do the maths there, it will indicate that 380 of those cases were finalized. Now, and during the course of that particular financial year, matters that were initially postponed were also concluded during that financial year. And if need be, I'll make that information available. So what I'm telling the committee is that, the standing committee is that of the 154 cases that were postponed, most of those cases were finalized during that particular financial year.
So as Minister is raising with the acting HOD, when you look at the column 2021-2022, you would expect, when you look at it, 565 hearings, you'd expect the numbers to stack up. Now, what Mr. Vaveki is trying to illustrate is that, remember that whilst we have 565 hearings, at some point during the period, they actually fall off, they either get closed, and what Mr. Vaveki is saying is, Chair, we will submit to you a report on how we get to that, so that you don't feel that there's something which we are not referring to. There might be some black hole where there are 700 cases which suddenly appear on the system. So we will refine this particular one and submit through you, Chair, just a revised table.
Okay. So in principle, there are cases that have, what happened to them?
Chair, in the normal course of events, I mean, I think the Chair and Mr. Vaveki will be able to explain it, but in matters where you have complaints, remember, not all complaints result in a hearing. Hearings only happen when we haven't been able to mediate the dispute between landlord and tenant. That is when you have a hearing. Remember now when you look at the tables,
Okay, so we are on 3.3.4. Those are the number of hearings, indicate number of hearings. So already you have vetted to say, now I'm going to have hearings of 565 cases. That's what you captured. Then you explain to us that no, there are postponed cases, there are settled cases, there are cases that you struck off the roll, and rulings, default rulings, and cases withdrawn. And then now I'm saying from those that you said you are going to go for hearing, there is the number that is missing. So just, I wanted to find out, just without unpacking, that those numbers, if I have to look at your annual report, where am I going to get those numbers? Thank you, Minister.
Chair, if I may, if you tally up all the numbers, it's 534, yet the figure shows 565. So basically what the standing committee wants to know, what happened to the 31 cases, which caused the imbalance.
We will provide you with that details of those 31 cases and where they've gone to.
Look for them. If you can tell me where are they?
Chairperson, I don't think it's a straight mathematical exercise. You can add up and you get to the 565. You know, we're working with a moving not a target, but a moving case. So in one particular matter, it could be that the matter was postponed and it's only heard in the next financial year. So it's not to say that all that 65 is broken up and that you will, if you add up the parts, it will get you to 565. But I think what we will do is to give you an explanation of what actually happened, where we got to that 565 and how it's made up.
Thank you very much. We will wait to hear from, and maybe in future, let's get all the numbers of even those that fell within the black hole and say, have a category of black hole and then get the number. Then we'll know what happened. I think members, that was the last question from me. I don't see any hand that has been raised now. With that being said, any last word for the tribunal chair before Minister?
Chairperson, no, thank you very much for the positive reception that we had with our report. As I said earlier, our main focus is to also bring our services to the poorer sectors of our community, and hopefully in our next report we will give you an update of how far we got with that. But thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be very brief as well. I want to thank Mr. Esterhuizen and the tribunal members for, I think, a sterling job what they've been doing since 2019. Also to refer the members of the Standing Committee to page 12, where there's different mechanisms of how the community can access our services, and if you can convey that and distribute it further so that more citizens in the Western Cape can actually benefit from the services of the Rental Housing Tribunal, seeing that it is a free service we offer to all our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. From me, I think I have to say thank you very much, because really there is a huge progress from where we started with the tribunal with the cases. To see how you have dealt with the backlog is really commendable, and keep up the good work. And I think that's all from the members and myself. When I said we are going to come and have the meeting in person, I didn't know I'm going to order also the sauna for all of you. So I do apologize for the heat, but I'm feeling that there's a little bit cooler air that is coming in. Now I'm going to take it from the members. Do you want to go outside to get a bit of a cold air and come back within 5 minutes? Or we continue to start with the department? 5 minutes? Okay. Let's allow the tribunal to also leave and have a 5 minutes. I think on the passage is cooler, so you can go on outside to just get that and come back in here. I do apologize for that. Let's meet now within 5 minutes. It will be 5:02. Okay, 9 o'clock, Honorable Member August. I know your struggles. just to indicate to members, I think we all received the infographic from the department. So before we flag the infographic, I'm going to request that maybe Minister, if he has any forward, yeah, if you can flag it. And then in the meantime, Minister, over to you.
No, thank you indeed, Madam Chairperson. I won't repeat everything I've done in the forward of the book for you, but I think there are crucial components which one needs to keep in mind when you look at the annual performance report of the department. And you know, what you do has far greater impact than what you say. Stephen Covey once said, and you will note if you look at the annual report, and once we start unpacking it, you know, there are variable successes built within our annual report. You will also note that as we now seek to create a fine balance within our fiscal reality, how we envision to do that. But I can't also not run away from the challenges, Madam Chairperson, that is faced by my department in its current form. And, you know, part of the way forward is obviously the refresh process itself, as we now prepare to go and become part of the Department of Infrastructure from the 1st of April 2023. But, Madam Chair, the successes under very difficult circumstances I need to highlight is that we managed to deliver well over 11,400 housing opportunities. We managed to transfer well over 8,000 title deeds. And I seldomly compare myself to the other 8 provinces, but all of us do attend MINMEC, and all of us do need to report on our performance. And I can proudly stand and applaud what this team has done under very, very difficult circumstances. But as we seek also to provide hope for the people of the Western Cape, through the Department of Human Settlements, we also started showing innovation all within the existing housing programs. And one such pilot, I believe the Standing Committee has visited, is the deferred pilot site in Cape Agulhas. And we will be making key announcements on further rollouts across the province as part of the new financial year. We have seen the actualization of the Conradi Park project, which in record time, and I think the members tend to oversee the timeframes that we've taken and the approach by showing that the 3 spheres of government, together with the private sector, we have done in 2 years what many people think is impossible. The tenanting of the social housing for the year under review, the one component was done. I did a visit here on Friday, and all the social housing units are tenanted. Phase 2 is about to be unlocked in the new financial year. We have seen the first vertical FLISP development. Once again, in the year under review, the units were still under construction. When I went there on Friday, the units were complete and the next stage was being built, and we will be handing over some of those FLISP units later on this week. So through all these difficulties, there's always hope. Hope through innovation, but hope for me is locked in how we partner. And I do acknowledge the role of all 3 spheres of government and the private sector in what we have managed to do there. When I became the Provincial Minister in 2019, Madam Chair, I said there's 7 ministerial priority areas that I would love to focus on in terms of projects that have been locked in deadlock for quite a while before even I became the Provincial Minister. And 5 of those 7 has been implemented. People have started moving in. We're now talking about the next phase. So once again, amongst all these difficulties, there is always hope. The only 2 that has not gone to implementation phase is outside of our control. Those are the projects in Kanaland and the project in Overstrand, which obviously you all know is the Skulphoek project for various reasons. But we also, Madam Chair, even under difficult circumstances, to give hope to a rising populace, more so our youth and our women in construction. You will note the figures. We have exceeded our targets. We are providing hope in a sector which is supposed to drive the recovery of our economy at a national level, but also in the Western Cape, given that this is a multi-billion rand sector, if you look at it in the broader aspect and not just through the lens of human settlements itself. But we have to find balance within all of this, Madam Chair. We have to ensure that we now focus on balancing our books, having to deal with a dwindling budget allocation, but also having to ensure that we execute our mandate for the residents of our province, irrespective of their race or gender or sexual orientation or creed, which is why I started focusing during the year under review on affordable housing. We made certain shifts. We saw certain key policy announcements being made by the National Minister, which I fully support. The Help Me Buy a Home program, formerly known as FLISP, the linking of those opportunities. We also saw a lot within that, and that will now spill over to the new financial year, the norms and standards, something which we successfully lobbied for with the support of other provinces, because as human settlements, as a family in the sector, we believe in working together, in addressing these issues, because these issues are not just confined to the Western Cape. It's how do we find an holistic approach to that. We also saw for the year under review, the provision of fully state subsidized houses in terms of a priority list. That has been very successful in the non-metro areas, where the number of complaints or unhappiness of cases of people that thought they were supposed to get a housing opportunity actually lowered. The only problem, sadly, is in the metro, given the sheer size and the complexity of some of the communities that the metro themselves needs to deal with. We also saw for the year under review, this is the full cycle where the informal settlement upgrade partnership grant was actually, institutionalized. And yes, there has been teething problems. We've had to go out to municipalities and explain to them how this is done and the objective of the informal settlement upgrade grant. Because even for local government, with all of the demands and so forth that they deal with, added onto this, it's a more focused approach, and to get them focused, once again, is a key partner for us, because 60% of everything which we are reliant on is locked in the processes at council. If you have unstable councils, you will not see a project moving forward, and the tendency is to blame me and my department. And I have called on local government, I have called on the communities in that local government to start keeping the councillors to account, to start ensuring that the right thing gets done, to take politics out of human settlements, because it's not supposed to be there. Everybody has a specific need. That's why there's a criteria that was set down. But, Madam Chair, we also saw the further embedding of partnerships through our district municipalities, which for the first time for the year under review, based on being approached by the district municipality, we saw the Garden Road district municipality being the first one to approach us for accreditation, 11-1. We saw the completion of a district housing plan, the first of its kind in the Western Cape. We have now been approached by a second district municipality, because we need to do more with less. And as a provincial government, we are citizen-centric. And if we can do more by partnering and working together, for me, the citizens of this province will only benefit the more and closer we work together. Obviously, Madam Chair, the challenges are well listed in this book, and I know we will get questions based on that. But for me, there are 4 key challenges which we will continuously seek to face into the future, not just emanating from the year under review. We have seen the growing risk of infrastructure, or the lack of infrastructure capacity to actually carry new projects. Once again, the MIG funding goes to local government, the planning goes to local government. We have tried to intervene or assist as far as possible where we can. And where we've done the successful, like in George, we saw it actually unlocking in the year under review, the Safer Fontaine Phase 1 project, which could actually see state subsidies or beneficiaries actually moving into the units. We have seen also at local government level, Madam Chair, there's a scarcity of technical skills which we need to assist them with. Sometimes planning, sometimes engineering. You will be surprised what me and my department has to do to ensure that we hit the road running into serious implementation. But I think an odd anomaly which is faced by all departments, but more so human settlements, because we are in your face when we deliver, it's the community themselves that sometimes are the worst enemy, that invade land, that invade units, that even prevent projects from being implemented. And once again, this is where the aspects of politics come in. This is where the aspects of ignorance come in, because you have these so-called community leaders that arrived in the community yesterday, and they want to tell a community that has been waiting for 20 years about the project. Once again, the community needs to take ownership. Then also, and last but not least, these community development forums, the construction mafia, as we like to call them, they do have an impact, Madam Chair. And in one case for the year under review in Forest Village, we had to approach the court to keep them off our site, to actually ensure that we can deliver and hand over units. So these are spaces, and some of these are outside of our mandate, that we need to deal with. And sadly, as we We struggle with the limited resources of SAPs in the Western Cape. We now need to work smarter with our neighborhood watches, with the City of Cape Town's law enforcement, and expand on that to ensure that we actually protect the interests of our projects. But Madam Chair, we also a way forward and in closing to ensure that we can deliver on our mandate. We have concluded in the year under review a hybrid model which is supported by all municipalities. We're dependent on the capacity of a municipality. We are actually the developer. We do the entire process, and the municipality only executes their limited scope, which we still need to do, which is the administration of the beneficiary waiting list and ensure that the correct beneficiaries get their houses, which in itself sometimes is not perfect. But if we had not done that approach and formalized the hybrid model, I can tell you now, we would never have been able to deliver what we have delivered for the year under review. But Madam Chair, we're winding up. We're now part of the refresh process. And, you know, the human settlements in its current format, being called the department, will now merge and form part of the Department of Infrastructure. And locked into that is a lot of opportunities for the sector, for human settlements, for our citizens. But I think it's wise in closing that I quote Max the Pre, who said, "We cannot become what we want by remaining what we are." That's relevant for human settlements. That's relevant, I think, for our country at the moment, as we seek to change our people's destinies. We need to be something else, and we can't remain what we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. HOD, Acting HOD.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning again. To just add on what Ministers said, Ministers mentioned the challenges that we're experiencing, but what makes the man is how we respond to those challenges. And in the case of our department, there's a lot of forward thinking, responsiveness, innovation that is applied to our key areas, the informal settlements challenge, the affordable housing challenge. We look at the innovative thinking that's been done in our enhanced service site guidelines developed for this year that will change the face in how we deliver. We look at the fact that our province is implementing EDGE certification, which caters to the green economy within the country, one of the first projects to do that. We've managed to attract additional 70 million rand from the NHFC in terms of FLIS funding, which means our performance compared to many of the other provinces is significantly higher. Ministers mentioned the deferred ownership challenge. For many years, we speak about affordability. We speak about creditworthiness of our households. Even though they technically on paper can afford to pay, they cannot access that financial bond, the mortgage from the bank. And our deferred ownership is a response to the challenges faced by the 70% of the people that are getting refused. And I base that 70% on normally when we send applications, so we get the banks to screen, 3 out of 10 would normally qualify, even though on paper they say they've got the income. We look at the continued spend on empowerment and training and developing our communities. And then we look at our multi-year housing plan. Ours was the only multi-year housing plan in the country approved, based on responsiveness in terms of how we think about addressing the challenges of human settlements. So I do think for our team, the team that's here, just to acknowledge the work that they've done in trying to get to the root of the challenges and plot ways in which to manage them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are going to go to now the infographic that is in front of us. But another thing maybe that I need to highlight is this year is the first year that we have engaged that much with the department, because we were out there to engage with the municipalities to have a feeling of how are they receiving the services that the department is extending to them, and what are the challenges that they do face, and what is the good stories that they can share with us about the department itself. So it's going to be, usually we do spend about an hour or 2 hours. I don't think this year it will be the same, because even in our quarterly reports, we didn't do that as we were out there. So I'm going to hand over, then we will start. Members, just for your info, the only sections we are not going to do is the financials and the governance. So we are doing, I think it's the A, B, and the D. That being said, who's going to do our infographics? Who's going to present it? Acting HOD, is it you?
And thank you. I think it's clearly stated. We've tried to highlight our different performance that's summarized within the report. We looked at our spending for the year in terms of the budget and how the spend has managed to contribute to our goals. So that would be captured under the outcomes component. We looked at the different activities that we've done, and we've referred to some of that in the report. We'll explain some of the ICT interventions that we've gone through. Our performance in terms of 30-day spend at 99%, which is significant. We continue to provide support to all of our municipalities, including the regional district municipality in the Southern Cape, which has really provided impetus in terms of how we proceed on aspects of affordable housing and support in terms of title deeds within that region. Our performance in terms of sites and services, Minister has referred to that earlier. We're looking at about 3,973 sites, 6,191 top structure units, and then we've got transfers in terms of the EEDBS that's been handled as well. And I've mentioned earlier our spending in terms of empowerment and transformation to designated groups. We have looked at our planning targets as well, the development within our priority housing development areas and the implementation plans completed in that area. Our planning team have met their targets for the year. 2 implementation plans completed, 13 projects approved. In terms of the PHDA, so that's significant. We've got the land acquired in terms of rezoning, 6% that's been undertaken. Our policy guidelines I've referred to a little bit earlier. I spoke to, well, we've got our beneficiary selection framework that's been completed this year. We've got the ESS policy. We've done additional research in terms of our social housing norms and social housing and how we augment the grants that are currently there. And then our different research papers have been also managed. Our title deeds, we acknowledge that title deed performance is not where it needs to be. But what we have done in this year is put together an action plan and an operational plan to manage the improvement of title deed performance. Of those indicators, we have met 2 of them already. And the one challenge we've had is with new title deeds, but like I've said, we've institutionalized new title deeds within the department, and we anticipate an improvement in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think members, now it's going to be you. You've got the book in front of you. That's that moment when we start to look at the pages in the book to interrogate the annual report. So I'm going to present to you from page 5 and take, which it will be the forward by Provincial Minister, report of the accounting officer, until the page 16. Any questions from that sections? Member Clevo?
Thanks, Chair. From my side, I would want to take this opportunity to welcome the presentation by the department and the remarks from the minister. He made a very critical remark on the issue of community development forums in working hand in glove with the department. I just wish to understand, with that having been said, that in most areas we will find developments and projects being stalled by relations within the communities. That what would the department now do to ensure that we fast track such things and smoothen relations there as far as that is concerned? Because we can't run away from the fact that there are beneficiaries out there that are expecting to receive services from the department. And yet, if there's bad relations between the department and a particular development forums that are operating there, whom are seeking business opportunities within that particular. So how is the department going to, except being utilizing the processes of police and everything else to fast track that development. But on page 7, we note that there's a number of planned annual targets for 2021-2020 regarding the housing units. That was 8,272. However, the actual achievements for this same period was 6,191. If we can be able to get clarity why the underachievement as far as that is concerned. And then also, how is it going to be improved going forward? Also, similarly to the same, on the same page, regarding the service sites of 6,324. However, the actual achievement was 3,973. So if we can be able to get clarity in that regard, what is a hiccup and what is the way forward? Then also on page 7, we note that in paragraph, I think it's paragraph number 3 under the table, which talks to the integration of number of communities such as Theovatis Kloof and all those mentioned areas. But what we want to understand is how many of those integration programs are bringing people closer to communities. Why do we say that? We want to understand that. Is that sometimes when we settle people, we don't consider issues such as access to schools and other services as clinics. And then 1, 2, 3, when people make application for their kids to attend schools, then they would be found to be far in terms of demarcation from the schools themselves. So to intertwine those two critical things, because we have a high rate of children who are not placed on schools on the basis that they belong to new settlements, and those new settlements do not have schools. And how many of those targeted projects are integrating people closer to cities? Because people are normally put in the outskirts, far away from their jobs. And then on page 8, on top at the table there, what causes the underachievement when it comes to the issuing of title deeds? It's a very good exercise, this one. We must applaud that because people have that, want to have that sense of ownership. But if you check there, it currently stands at 7,000, whilst the actual achievement there is 5,981. What happened to the rest? And then on page 9, in the first paragraph, it is stated that the department is underspent with the 48.3 million. This is a lot of money unused in a province where majority of our people reside on congested shacks and they are living in squalor. What is a hiccup and what is the way forward as far as that is concerned? On page 9 as well, on the table below, because there's 2 tables there, there is an under expenditure on all programs that are listed there. If we can be able to understand what is the purpose or what are the challenges that the department are facing. And then on page 10, in the table under the rollovers regarding program 3 of 8 million, that will be rolled over for purposes of relocation of unlawful occupants from the area of Thrisen Nature Reserve. Would like to understand, has the department already found alternative accommodation for the occupants? If so, alternative accommodation only vacant, is it a vacant land or you are taking people to actual houses? And also, if there are children involved, what's going to happen with the issue of them having access to school? Then lastly, Chair, on page 15, regarding the organizational structure from the 31st of March 2022, it shows that there is a Pila Maise who occupies 2 positions as an acting HOD as well as chief director within the department. Is there any plan of making sure that we appoint permanent people there? And how far is that process? And what, if there is a delay, what could be the hiccup? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to continue with the members. I hope you note all the questions. Member Maran.
Chair, thanks very much. It will be difficult to ask all questions at once. Very, very difficult. So let me deal with a few.
Member, I thought that when I choose the pages, it will be few. It won't be. When you say all the questions, you mean for the pages that I mentioned?
Yes.
Ask all of them.
All 100.
All questions from page until, I mentioned until page 16.
Chair, if I may just...
No, I've heard that the chair said
just
to page 60.
Just on the point of order, Chair, if I may just mention, section A is basically a summary of B. So if one going to deal with elements in section A, and then many of those matters that are concisely captured in section A are more sort of fleshed out in section B. So maybe, if members just bear that in mind if they do pose the questions. Sorry. Wow. Thank you.
Member, I appreciate your clarity. Back to page 5 until 16.
I thought there's only one chair.
Yeah.
Chair, thanks very much. In MEC, you have spoken eloquently about your successes and what we must agree upon their successes. But those successes and the projects are so far apart that the one don't know about the successes there. And I so wish that people from the greater Brede Valley could have been here and to hear what you've spoken about, Conradi and Cape Agulhas, and the record time that you have completed some of those projects. And you know why I'm raising the issue of Transex Brede Valley? You know why? Because at the end of 2020, December 2020, 44 houses were supposed to be handed over. And Chair, you know, we visited Transex earlier this year. And we've been told that 44 houses will be handed over at the end of May. And it then shifted to the end of July. And as we are sitting here, not a single person have received their house. And when you require why, you were told that the NHBRC refused to sign off on those 44 houses. So I so wish that those people could have been here to hear how you spoke about other projects, but not this. Chair, qualified report with findings. And the Premier, when he spoke in settings, he spoke about the Western Cape government. And he prided this government to be the best in this country. But here you have a department that have received a qualified report with findings. And if you look deeper into the audit report, some of those findings are actually worrisome. And when you look at some, it seems that some of them the actions, deliberate. So, Chair, I want to know, Chair.
Just bear with me. The findings, and I know you looked at all the book, falls within the E, section E that we are not going to attend to. And I will appear that portion in scope at 2 o'clock.
No, it's fine. I'm not gonna, I'm just saying, Chair.
Okay.
We're
So
gonna,
let's ask questions. We have a very limited time.
No, Chair, we can't come every time here and say we have limited time.
Okay.
We can't come.
Then go
Time
on.
has been set out for the whole day.
Okay.
I'm here for the whole day.
No,
Look, Chair.
I'm with you, member. You can ask the question. You can take an hour to ask question until 17. We'll continue tonight.
Thanks.
After scope.
If it's be like that. Chair, the Premier have spoken about the new Department of Infrastructure, Chair. Can we get an update of all the work that has been done so far in preparations for this department? Chair, what organograms there will be, and at what cost does it comes? That's the one, Chair. Chair, on page I think it's on page 5, the first paragraph. Chair, in Witzenberg is a lady with the name of Cynthia Bless, who have not received a house up till now. And the MEC in a written question responded by saying that she have received a grant. The grant has been completed in 2020, Vredebest in Witzenberg. But up till now, no house has been built for that particular individual. Cynthia Bless in Witzenberg, MEC. Subsidy has been approved. Then, Chair, on page 5, with regards to the transfer of title deeds. Not only was the target not achieved, but the AG also makes serious findings. Chair, firstly, Chair, why was the target not achieved? We have heard the acting HOD spoke that the target was not achieved, but I have not heard specific reasons why the target was not achieved. Then, Chair, I think it's again on page 5, point 7. With regards to the housing units, the top structures delivered, Chair. It's in the top table on the top. What is the breakdown of the units in terms of the different types of subsidies? My interest is more the number of non-linked subsidies. How many of these were delivered on each year between 2019 and 2022? Also, Chair, when it comes to your Conradi, let me just get the page. But first, let me go to the organizational structure, page 15, with regards to the 2 acting positions. And we've seen now the 4th HOD, whether it's appointed or acting, it's a 4th one, and I'm not sure why. We are not. What is the reason why that particular vacancy or the post has not been filled? And what plans do MEC do you have to make sure that more females are being appointed in top positions within human settlements? Chair, I just wanted to get to my last one. I think it's the Conradi project. Schools. Don't see there's any plans for a public school, but for 2 private schools. And why is that the reasons? Thanks. Let me stop there, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other member? Okay. There's no question from that page from other member. I think from me it will be again from page 5, the total delivery of housing opportunities of 11,495 versus the delivery highlights. Total number there. Why others are not your highlights, why the others is the highlights, if I can get that. Because the number of the highlights is 10,164, I think. And then also the other question, it will be on the page 10 on the amount of 8,000 of the relocation of an unlawful occupants. I know the drift sand is nature reserve. It's huge numbers there. So maybe if I can understand that minimum, to me it's a very minimum of 8 million for the need there. So what is it that you were using that 8,000 for compared to the numbers that are in the drift sand informal settlement? And maybe the last one, it will be, sorry, on the page 5 again, the ministerial priority projects, if I can find out where are those projects and the total number of that housing projects that will be there, the number of the housing units, when you are done with that, the 7 non-metro ministerial projects, it will be a total of how many housing projects and the towns where they are situated. That will be all from me for this page. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And where it is more administrative in nature, the response that is needed, I will defer to the acting HOD, but I also, from a governance role, which is my core responsibility, I will obviously account and I will answer the members' questions. Member Trejo, no, indeed, you are rightfully referred to my comment about community development forums, but also the needs within communities to actually benefit not just from a housing opportunity, but from the economic opportunities which our projects create. And what we do have in place to ensure participation from the planning to the day I hand over the key, literally, is what we have called what is a project steering committee, which represents the interests of the beneficiaries which will benefit from a project. There is a draft agreement which we sign. In part, built into that agreement is actually to make such members aware that within our contract with the main contractor, there's certain social responsibility targets or objectives which, whichever the company's name may be, must actually, seek to reach. Firstly, they look within the catchment area for subcontractors and any other form of employment opportunities, and if certain skill sets do not invest within that catchment area, only then do they go beyond that. So the project steering committee, that is basically their role to assist me and the department in that regard, to ensure that the community are kept abreast as we move along. But the Community Development Forum have a total different issue. They are not there to act in the interest of our beneficiaries. They are really not there to act in the interest of the broader community. Why do I say this? I have respect for a legally registered Community Development Forum. It has a constitution, it has a duly elected leadership, and it really acts in the interest of all sectors that vest within that community. But when you approach a contractor, and I'll make a very practical example, and you close down a site with violent intent to keep that site closed until your preferred subcontractors get contracts from the contractor, then you are not acting in the interest of that community. Then you are not even acting in the interest of our beneficiaries. And that for me is why I emphasize it, because there is a legitimate process which has been institutionalized within my department throughout all of our projects to ensure that the community are kept abreast. And as councillors may change every 5 years, many of the PSC members have been there since the inception of the PSC. And we've seen very limited and unstable reactions from them. And where we see them really fully having the full support of their ward councillor and having the full backing of our department and our administration teams here, we really see a very smooth implementation where we can even report, economic numbers and so forth. And if they have questions to us, they pose it through their structure and we do respond. And as the provincial minister, I even engage with a lot of these PSCs. I mean, I'm set to engage the Khayelitsha sub-council later on this week. Just as an example, I mean, the Khayelitsha Development Forum, that's a credible community forum. I can use an example that I have engaged in the year under review even, and they play a very constructive, supportive role to fully understand, but it's those ones that are only there for personal gain. That's actually, with knowingly or unknowingly, is causing a massive hindrance. in the project implementation, which has a knock-on effect on our planning, Member Trejo. In terms of the underperformance of our units and also our service sites, I will ask, that through my acting HOD, that, the relevant officials respond. But in both instances, from a governance perspective, what I have observed and linking that to these stoppages that occur when community forums lock down our sites, like we did in Forest Village, when we had to approach a court to get an urgent interdict to see the sites open up, all of that has a knock-on effect in our planning, in terms of implementation, in terms of our construction timeline, because there's a specific time in our timeline when we want to do certain things, but you can control many things, but you can't control the elements that are busy manifesting itself within our communities, sometimes with very malicious intent, I must say. In terms of the integration, all of our projects on the HSDG, the grant business plan, is funded through the IRDP program, which means we seek to integrate various communities. There are variable projects which is listed within our annual report, which you will see seeks to do that. Many people ask, but why don't we do projects closer, like to the inner city and so forth? And once again, a land or state-owned land from a province side or sites that are earmarked to do exactly that have been invaded before my time by individuals who seek to jump the queue. Individuals who have had benefited from the state in the past are now actually still demanding an opportunity. And you can't have your cake both ways, unfortunately. So they are actually a hindrance as we seek to integrate our communities closer to the city centre as well. But once again, the department can unpack that as well from their perspective. Once again, in terms, I think Member Marin also briefly touched on this issue of title deeds. For many years, we've dealt with the very easy cases, but now we are dealing with very difficult cases. You would have heard me being quite vocal for the year under review about the illegal sale of PNG units. The knock-on effect with the poor hits the fan for us is when we are actually at the process of final transfer, then you realize, but who the beneficiary is supposed to be in that house and who's supposed to sign for the title deed, it's two different people. Sometimes the same house has been sold 3 or 4 times within the prescribed period of 8 years. And that act is illegal, and that has a massive impact on our ability to transfer those title deeds. Even with the pre-1994 and post-1994 targets, where a family is in dispute, it is not my function to come in and play the arbitrator if the family member who's passed away did not indicate who's supposed to get the property. So in whose name do we transfer the title deed? Because sadly in our communities, because they were kept out due to apartheid from having ownership, for them it's to own at all costs. Sometimes it's even a divisive tool in our families. I see that. So these are some of the aspects that affect our performance in terms of title deed. In terms of the underspend, also you highlight that there's a clear underspend on almost all of our programs. I will ask that the acting HOD and the relevant staff or the unit to answer you there. Member Marin, yes, indeed. If there's one thing that has been frustrating me is when I come here and Transex is mentioned. And I say that in a very positive way because I welcome your criticism. It is a justified criticism on my department. It's an indictment to how things can get so stuck in the system that we still haven't handed over houses. I can't run away and think and make up excuses for what is indefensible. The problem there is that an ABT technology was identified. We first had an issue with contractor 1, didn't succeed, then contractor 2. I went in there, certain commitments were made in front of that community by the same contractor, and guess what? We now had another contractor. And the biggest frustration for me is that seemingly even the municipality are trying to do all they can. And some of these things are outside of both our purview to influence. I mean, there was a shortage of water meters at one stage, and I thought to myself, how much more accidental issues can one project actually deal with? But I will ask the department to update you on where we are and where we will be handing over those units, because from when you drive past there, you see all 190 units. So if you are a beneficiary, you will ask yourself, but when do I actually get my key? What is the only hindrance? I mean, I know that the NHBRC was on site with our local team there, so I know the issue was fine hairline cracks in the design, and because it's an ABT technology, NHBRC had certain questions and so forth to the department. So once again, it's an administrative response, which I will ask to provide you further clarity on that. But I can't run away from the fact that people were supposed to have been in their houses by now. And I will acknowledge that. Just one correction, Chairperson, we had an unqualified audit with findings. If you look into the devil of the detail, it's program 3 and 4 that you are referring to that actually got qualifications, which is listed in the annual report as well. But as you said, that will appear before scope, and I will be able to unpack that a lot more there. Madam Chairperson, refresh. Indeed, according to our timeline as cabinet, we are well on track. The proposed organizational structure and how the new Department of Infrastructure will look has been submitted to DPSA, the preliminary structure. We have consulted with both departments, and we normally have our meetings in the St. Mark's Church building to keep everybody calm and collected so we can engage them. But it was a very constructive session in the church. That was 2.5, 3 months ago. So all the staff members, whether you are an HO, whether you are an acting HOD, whether you are a chief director or a regional manager, you all know exactly where the ship is busy sailing. But we are on track in terms of the budget allocation for the new Department of Infrastructure. We are now busy with our PGM tech processes. We have received our preliminary budget allocation. I know even what the new vote number is going to be, but because that process is still ongoing, I can't unpack that further until that process is finalized. But will the budget be sufficient for the new Department of Infrastructure, of which human settlements will form part of? Indeed, it will. We are now seeking to address the historic matters within human settlements as we wind up this department, because I did say in St. Mark's building that I don't want to move across and let skeletons spill out once the new department is there. I want to build the new Department of Infrastructure on a solid foundation, having learned that sadly we deal with a lot of historic matters in both departments, but that the new department must ensure that there's no skeletons that will implement or impact the vision that the cabinet has in that regard. In terms of Mrs. Bliss, I'm well aware that the matter there is that she has a son that is disabled. And sadly, due to the way that construction was implemented on site, no unit that is disabled friendly was built. That is the only reason that she didn't receive a house. Because if you have an individual that is disabled, there's an additional funding which we get. Within the interior of the house, certain changes are made to ensure that that house is disabled friendly. The bath changes, the taps are made lower. There's a lot of things which we change to ensure that a disabled person actually has a dignified quality of life in the unit. In the past, where in good faith certain people with disabilities were assisted while we were waiting for units, it came back to bite my department, because then without some people having the full context of why we did what we did, we were then made out to be a monster for giving a person with a disability a house they can't use. So I fully understand the approach that the department did in Mrs. Bliss's instance, and I would kind of ask for the HOD that we actually find out, when she will be getting a house, to be quite honest. In terms of the filling of the vacancy of the HOD, yes, we are currently in the process. Interviews are scheduled in the next few weeks, which means the Department of Human Settlements will be having a new HOD. But the term or the contact period for that HOD will be limited, because we are winding up the Department of Human Settlements. And that will be one of the key focus areas of this HOD, so that I have one person who I can actually hold accountable as we wind up the Department of Human Settlements. In the past, human settlements used to be part of local government and housing, so this is the second time that this department is going through a form of change. So I will really want to have that HOD, and for that individual I will set clear parameters, because as we wind up, we also need to deal with some of the findings of the AG. So I will be, once the process is finalized, be doing a full session with whoever that person may be that will get the top job. In terms of Conradi, indeed, there are 2 school sites planned, but I'll use the Delft model where Curo, and this is just an example, please, it's a private school, but it actually was focused on the surrounding community. And my last discussion with how that was implemented in Delft itself, we saw actually that the bulk of their students was actually living within the Delft community. Because remember, many of our residents who live in Delft, who could afford it, send their kids, and it's a lot of parents send their children outside of the perimeter of that community because they wanted a better life for the kids, and they saw a road to a better life through a better education system. So we might well see in terms of the Conradi Park, like I said, I was there on Friday, that it might be on paper a private school in terms of where the funding comes from. But let me tell you, the fact that all the social housing units are tenanted, and some of them have families, and the fact that they live in social housing must tell you there's a certain income bracket which they fall under, which means their kids will benefit from that school, because we have seen where the state and the private sector works together, that it can be done. In Delft is a good example, and there's just a sub note through you, Chairperson, that perhaps the members might inquire how that thing was structured, because that's outside of my department's mandate, but I keep track of all of this because we try to find solutions. As the Department of Infrastructure will now incorporate everything from building schools to clinics to houses. So I really have to say, like I said, we are building towards the future, and government as it currently works cannot continue this way. And part of that is the way that schools are built and how they are planned and so forth as well. Member Maseko, in terms of the 7 priority areas that I announced in 2019, the areas which we've seen hit the ground implementation, it is Duiselsdorp, which people waited 28 years for housing opportunity. That project, literally almost 180 people have moved in there. I handed over the next batch of houses so a month ago. Then we have Metro Grounds, which is in George. We did the formal sod cleaning in the current financial year, and I mean, that's a project that's been coming 20 years. So as you can see, I focused on areas where people have been waiting long for such opportunities. Another such example, Madam Chair, which is a project which is not at implementation phase, but still at planning. But once again, this is outside of our control. It's the community of Zoar and Amalienstein in Kanaland, because we all are aware of the instability in that council and the lack of technical skills that they have, even though we try to assist them. Another project which has not seen the ground, hitting ground, is the project of Skulphoek itself, a very complex matter where almost 55 to 60% of the targeted site have been invaded since 2018. Once again, the reconfiguring of what needs to happen now on that site. And you deal with very complex matters in terms of the beneficiaries on the one side and a very active citizenry in the other side. It's all I'll say regarding that. Then we have the project in Melkotfontein in Essequa. Once again, a fishers community that was formed under apartheid, where people have waited over 25 years for housing opportunities in that specific community. It's set to deliver over 600 opportunities. For the year under review, all the bulks have been completed. In the current financial year, the construction has commenced, and we are set to hand over, I believe, the first houses hopefully before Christmas, and I mean, they're well on track. Once again, the historic matter is why I chose that specific area. Then we also go to one of our projects that's earmarked in Saldanha. Sadly, once again, that's locked within the planning phase itself. It's outside of our control. I would have so wished that we could have done that, Madam Chairperson. And the final project for me as well, the 7th one, is it's also in the Garden Route district. Once again, complexities that we've had to deal with. Only now, we have now crossed the barrier where we can start focusing on implementation. So, I would have hoped that all 7 will be at implementation by the end of my term. And I'm a realist. I can see 2 of them might not be at implementation at the end of my term. But it's outside of my control. But I continuously seek to make a difference and to engage councils, and even if they are unstable, full councils, to at least get them to come to a coherent decision so it doesn't impact our projects, because we do want to make a change in our people's lives, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in terms of drift sands, why did we budget 8 million? As you are aware, once again, I'll need to give you a whole of government answers to understand how we got to 8 million. Drift sands in its totality was a nature reserve. I use the word was because Cabinet took a decision, given the scale of the invasion, to actually deproclaim it as a nature reserve in its entirety. The portion which were invaded, we can do nothing about. We were very aware of the risks given that we had forecasts of a very wet winter, and those individuals which live very close to that river area, but even on the catchment dams walls, which have seen cracks. The oddity here is the dam belongs to the city of Cape Town. So once again, it's a very complex approach to how to resolve this. So the thought as cabinet was, how do we move those that are in line, that will actually are the highest at risk, should this envisioned very wet season start and the dams lift because, or the river lifts, because some of those structures are not actually in line of the river. The original design in terms of the bulk water system was never, if they never took into account that there would be invasions, which means the people actually, the blockages in front of that would have seen the bulk water, which is supposed to now flow out through the system, actually dampen up and increase the water level. So a portion of the site was identified for those that were at risk, or the very, very high risk. That is where the 8 million comes from. The portion that was identified, human settlements, together with my other department, public works, we then identified a portion that would be cleared. With a full understanding, it's basically to assist those individuals to move their structures into the specific site which would be cleared, and the cost estimate for that move was 8 million. And that is what the 8 million is about. It's not for the entirety of the people that have invaded, it's those that were at high risk, and that is why we only budgeted for 8 million. That's why that we do a specific rollover. And once again, for the year under review, with all our good intent and the assistance of local government, sending out SMSs and even dropping off flyers, guess what happened to the site that we started clearing? It's been invaded. So the all in good intent that this provincial government does and that my department does, at the end of the day, the end users who we seek to help, if they don't play a key role, we can't reach our objective of getting them out of harm's way. And once again, see certain community dynamics have now also come into play in this financial year, which will further impact our plan to move those people out of harm's way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for the responses. In terms of the questions related to integration and the connectivity with schools, that's not the only social infrastructure there, but we try to plan using the JDMA model, the joint district approach. So we work with all different levels of government, the municipality, the national government, all of the parastatals, and we try to ensure that when we do planning for that particular area, it's integrated. We also have within our own departmental systems, a manner in which we assess projects. So we would, once an application comes through, it would go into our planning team who do a context in terms of sustainability criteria, which will look at social justice, infrastructure, economic infrastructure, all of those kinds of things, and on that basis recommend the report or recommend the potential project. If there is additional information, I'll ask our Dr. Robertson to please just add some context to the planning assessment. In terms of title deeds, the member asked what the hindrances were. I didn't specifically mention hindrances. So the department is convinced that we are not necessarily reporting all the transfers that are going through. There's different capacities at the different municipalities, the conveyances that are going through. So the first intervention, the first reason that we see is that the data isn't being analyzed correctly. So for this year, we've instituted that we want to focus on data cleansing and data gathering and ensuring that the data that we're coordinating, the data that's coordinated with the municipalities, with the HDA, is captured better onto the human settlement, the HSS, the system that we run, and that way we'll be able to reconcile data better. The second thing that we must acknowledge is human resource capacity. We've lost in that unit, we currently have one person that's managing title deeds, but there are processes underway to ensure improved capacity. We've now agreed that we will outsource a project manager and 2 administrative officers, again, to improve performance. The third aspect is the capacity at the municipalities. There's technical processes to title deeds that need to be managed, and they don't necessarily have that capacity. So we've identified the need to set up almost resource teams that can support municipalities to handle the nitty-gritties and administration of unlocking some of these projects. Minister has referred that really the difficult cases are now prevalent. So how do we provide that support? And linked to that, we'd have to have improved systems for reporting, like I've referred to the HSS, and how we get everyone to report on one system and follow one procedure in terms of how we capture data. And then the priority for us must be hands-on municipal support. So there are 7 municipalities that have the biggest backlog in the province, and we've had focused discussions with these 7 municipalities already in terms of responding to their need. If we break the back of those 7 municipalities, we unlock the entire performance in terms of title deeds. But I will ask Roy if there's anything you'd like to add to just speak a little bit in terms of title deeds. In terms of drift sands, Minister has covered a significant portion of that. There has been sites identified for relocation, but there are issues. The latest issue, for example, is that the Medical Research Council, the piece of land that's there, they release fumes doing their work. And because of that, there's now a restriction in terms of the buffer that has to be put in place in terms of the site, which essentially takes away the development opportunity from the majority of the site. So there are new development options being looked at. There's different land parcels being looked at, but we can submit an updated report to the committee if you'd like us to just give you some more detail on the technicalities as it relates to drift sands. If I can then just refer some of the questions to my colleagues, I'm going to ask our Director Grant Management to refer to the housing units and the performance deficits that's been asked. I would like Rob also perhaps through the manager to respond to Transex and the handover of those units going forward. And then also just the breakdown of units, which was asked in terms of the subsidies that were approved in terms of the programs. And then the figure, the chairperson asked about the 11,495, and when she adds it up, it gets 10,000, just to provide some context in terms of that. I will ask our CFO to please respond to the underspending of the 48 million, as well as the under expenditure for the different programs, program 1 to 4. And then the rest of the questions are title deed questions, and I have asked that Roy just respond in that regard. Thank you.
Chair, thank you, HOD. Minister has covered the disputes. I'm not going to cover that. It forms the bulk, the contested title deeds. It is a huge problem. What we did do is we followed it up with our legal services. It's important to note that the department is a coordinator of title deeds. So it relies on the municipalities to perform. We provide the necessary support for them to release those title deeds. And one of the areas that we are providing support is in terms of contested title deeds. We've raised this up with our legal department. We were of the view that we could draft a policy framework to assist municipalities. Our legal services said that's not in order. The property doesn't belong to us, so each municipality will have to provide their own through their council. They will have to have their own policy framework. What we did do is, in that regard, there is a very well documented Farlam report, which I think we made available through our title deed strategic document to the committee earlier this year. We've distributed that to municipalities. One of the leading municipalities in this, they're currently presenting it to the municipality now, is Hesekwa. We are hoping that it is a smooth process, that by November they would have a policy framework to deal with contested title deeds in this space. But one must be mindful that it is only a policy framework because it is grounded in legal administration. As ministers indicated, you come to the property and somebody else is in occupation there. Somebody says, I've got a sales agreement. I'm entitled to this property. And there's a lot of legal procedures that have to be followed. So the Farlam report breaks that down. The other aspect that is very prominent is many of the municipalities, they have projects which are which they can't release title deeds is because the properties belong to our national entities. We've taken up that as an intermediary role. We are engaging on the behalf of municipalities to facilitate that. It is an extremely frustrating and slow process. Needless to say, we have achieved one property that was transferred thus far. So there is still the ongoing battle with national entities to release those properties. The other aspect that we've as the acting head of department has indicated, we have had hands-on support provided to municipalities. We've visited those 7 municipalities. Unfortunately, title deeds is not the priority in municipalities, in so much that it is relegated to the property management department. The difficulty that we have, it's de-linked from human settlements. Human settlements uses the HSS to track the delivery of title deeds. The property management doesn't. It resides more with the legal services. But through our visits, we have connected the dots with them. We are tracking them in terms of the commitments that they've made. And through the acting head of department, we are also now elevating this matter because it's too low down in the municipality. Some clocks in some municipalities, we actually visited clocks where there were huge backlogs. And even the clocks has asked that we work through the MMM. So that's the next phase, is to address it through the municipal manager and engage the municipal manager so that we can get the necessary priority in the municipalities. The performance figures that you see in the annual report is largely between the department and our own projects, as well as the city of Cape Town. But we don't concentrate on that. The capacity is there. Our capacity is extended more to the struggling municipalities. We have eventually filled our vacant posts now. We have a driver there to drive that process. And we are hoping that we will now increase the return on title deeds. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Minister. The best way to go to answer the questions around the top structures and the sites is just to run through the projects that we struggled with in the year. But maybe just to start with page 5, Chair, you've picked up that the total is 11,495 and not 10 that the 3 delivery highlights add up to. That's because it excludes the 1331 from the EDBS. So that's the difference there. Then just in terms of the housing, 1331. So if you go to page 7, the third figure there is the enhanced extended discount benefit scheme. So it's not including that figure. Okay. Then just in terms of the projects that have not performed in the year under review, there are 2 projects in the city, the Harare infill, substantial projects, Harare infill and Macassar, where we targeted 450 houses there, or the city did, and we only got 183 signed off by the end of the year. It is ongoing, it is progressing well, but because we only achieved 183, that had quite an impact on our targets. Then the big Macassar project, I think we've all seen it on the N2 past the filling station. They intended to be on site by the end of the year. They only got on site this year. They had intended to do 250 houses there, so those didn't materialize. And then also the Sidularis Pass Village project, 107 houses. The sites were serviced, but they only got into site with top structures after the end of our financial year. Then there are 3 projects in the city that we are assisting them with. The Valhalla project, we achieved 40 out of the 192 there. The Gugulethu Mau Mau, we intended to do 160 of the 1,000 there. By the end of the year, we'd only managed to sign off 26 of those. And then on the airport precinct, all 3 of these projects, but airport precinct particularly, we intended to do 250 houses. There is extreme intimidation on that site in Mau Mau and to some extent on Valhalla as well. We didn't achieve any of those 250 top structures, but we got the site serviced. But even our civil contractor ended up leaving the site. We have got them on site finishing off, but it's a very difficult site to work on. Then just in the Winelands area, Transhex we've spoken about here, and I'm going to ask Peter Claassen just to give us further details on where we stand right now when I'm done. But yes, we targeted the full 190 to be finished by the end of the year, and those weren't finished. Then in Vlakkeland as well, we had a contractor there that ended up defaulting. It took us some time to legally terminate with them. By now, we've now appointed another contractor to finish all the houses there and to fix up the houses that were left unfinished. So we missed out on a target of 440 there that we should have achieved. Again, Peter may just give us an update in Vlakkeland. We now are moving on site with that. Then in the Overstrand area, the Gansbaai project, we were going to do 250 houses that they started with, but none of those were finished by the end of the year. In the Bitto area, Kolweni Bosieschif, 169, we ended up taking over and assisting the municipality there. We had intended to do 169. They're busy on site with those houses now, but those weren't signed off by March. Then also Metro Grounds, we were quite ambitious. We wanted to already have 150 of those houses done last year. They're on site now with the houses, but obviously by the end of the financial year, we weren't on site yet. Then just on De Hoop, also a big project in Malmesbury. We'd intended to hand over 200. We got to the point of handing over 100 houses there. On the sites, and here I'm also going to ask some of my colleagues just to give further detail. But in the Garden Route area, the Skoongesig project, they didn't have a contractor on site for some time. The last 180 sites are now being handed over now, but we had intended to do those last year. And then in Verleersdorp, the Destiny Farm and Bergendal, those two projects, there were procurement issues. They weren't on site before the end of the year. They are now about to progress with those two projects. And then in Stellenbosch, Kaimandi, the 178 sites that we intended to do, all of those areas are occupied. So we had to have areas where we could decant people to start. That decanting finished now in September, so finally we're able to move there, but it's very difficult to work in that area where you need space to be able to work. And then the big one that we're struggling with still is the Mossel Bay project. It covers 23 informal settlements. The first phase was 680 for the year, and we had problems last year with procuring a contractor to go on site there, and then we've had problems on site. I'm going to ask my colleague Mfundo to just elaborate a little bit on that project as well, but we didn't achieve those 680. So those are the projects that mainly impacted on us not achieving our targets. And we've, as I've said now, most of them we have contractors on site now, but we do have ongoing challenges on some of them with intimidation and with contractors that are in some cases, we terminating where they are. They've chosen to move away on Airport Precinct, and we'll have to retender on those. I think if Peter can come in, and then Mfundo.
Good morning. With regards to Transhex, so to date we've completed 190 units. The NSBOC, they signed off 146 units. The outstanding 44 units. With that, we had NSBOC visiting the site last month. They referred the matter to Agrium SA, and we are waiting the recommendation and the report from Agrium SA concerning the structural matters on the first 44 units. And that report is expected on the 26th of October. Then regarding the handovers, so for the 146 units, Breede Valley Municipality, they approved the funding for the water meters because that was the issue that prevented us to finalize and hand over those units. But they approved the funding for the water meters. The department requested Breede Valley to supply us with a program to indicate when the water meters will be completed, because that completion date of the water meters, that will impact the handovers of this 144 units. Thank you.
Minister, members, on the NASP USP that my colleague spoke about, The initial problem we had there is that the project itself is implemented by the municipality, and the municipality went out on tender, but when it came back and they were ready to award that tender to a contractor, there were supply chain issues that they had challenges with there because of not meeting some of the minimum requirements as far as the subcontracting is concerned. And because of that, the delays where the municipality had to go out on tender again for that project to be implemented. And that led to an 8 months delay on that project. That's why we saw those numbers that dropped there. And subsequent to that, the municipality went out on tender and appointed a contractor to do the 680 sites. However, as we speak, we have had challenges on that site that community, for a reason or the other, have decided to stop the contractor on site and at some huge damages on that contract, which will result in us not be able to achieve our targets even in this financial year. Thanks, Minister. Thanks, Chair.
Before the CEO what municipality is that you talked about just now?
That is the 680 sites, service sites in Mossel Bay.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I just want to respond on the under expenditure. I'm going to do it per program. So in administration, we had delays with the procurement of the supply of computer equipment via the CITA transversal contract. They were really far behind schedule, and an amount of 1.576 million was asked for rollover for that specific one. Then we also had development of the mobile app for tracking of housing projects. That was a bit delayed with our service provider, the University of Stellenbosch, and but everything is on track now. And then we also had delays in the installation of some equipment in the hearing rooms that Lionel complimented the department to. But all that has been resolved now and paid for. Then on program 2, there was underspending of 514,000 rand. That was mainly due to transport and subsistence allowances that we didn't use. By using the technology, we are really saving a lot of money for the government, and we are only going out to municipalities and so on and travel if it's really needed. But it is needed that we have face-to-face meetings, but some of the stuff that it's been done via Teams. Then on program 4, we indicated, for instance, those EDBS cases, 1,300 that we've done. That is directly linked to service charges and municipal rates that we have to pay on those properties. So the less or the more properties we devolve and transfer, the less our service charges and municipal rates becomes. Then on program 4, where the biggest underspending is, there's an amount of 30.721 million rand that we couldn't spend because of we overspent in the previous financial year. That was on the ISUPG grant. So that was the first liability against the department, and we will be requesting the Standing Committee on Public Accounts for the approval to allocate that without funds, to approve that unauthorized expenditure without funds. Why it was not declared as unauthorized last year is that there was sufficient funds in the department because of the emergency housing grant that was not spent at 70 million rand. But so that 70.721 we kept back to cover that over expenditure in the previous financial year. Then on the ISUPG grant, there was 5.197 million rand. That was due to delays in the appointment of a contractor on that specific NAS project in Mossel Bay, where we have some issues there at this moment in time. So that is the under expenditure for the department. We've applied for the rollovers. The 5.917 has already been approved by the National Department of Human Settlements. And the other ones that we applied for is capital, and we are sure that it will be approved for rollover as it's already been spent as well. Thank you.
The last outstanding question was the breakdown of units in terms of subsidies. If we can just refer Member Moran to page 39, it's broken down for you there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up before we continue? Okay, there's no any follow-up, just one. Oh, okay, Member Moran.
Sorry, saying that on paper, it might look, but then the response from the acting HOD is basically saying it's two private schools. And when we look, MEC, in your forward, you were saying that there will be a number of affordable housing opportunities, meaning that not all people, according to my understanding, will afford those schools. And whether there's other schools in the surrounding area, public schools, if there is any of those beneficiaries that might not afford, if there's any other public schools in that particular area. Then on the issue of St. Bless in Witzenberg, MEC, because he's staying in a house without windows, and he's been harassed throughout by the municipality. We'd like to understand, Chair, whether you have started and when that house will be more or less completed, and whether that message can be communicated to the municipality, because it's the only house currently where she's staying, and she's waiting for that house that will be built by the municipality, but also communicated to her as a beneficiary when that house will be completed. We need to get maybe, because she can't stay forever in the place that she is currently staying, and she also can't wait forever. So we more or less need to have a date when it comes to that. When it comes to Transex emission, the only people on site as we speak is those who are installing those water meters. The rest have left. There's 190 houses. There's people that surrounds that area on the other side of the R62. There's Ulatemba, there's Riverview, there's Avian Park. And there might be a possibility when people find out that there's no one, that they might invade. What is your department doing to ensure that that will not happen? Because I remember a year or two back when funds were sent back and people basically lambasting the municipality was saying, no, it's a provincial project. It's not ours. What are you doing from, or you going to do from your side to make sure that people don't invade those houses? Because when they're going to do that, it'll be difficult to get them out. Chair, yeah, in terms of follow-ups, that's basically that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think between you and Minister, if you can just make sure that you recognize the POPIA Act of mentioning the name. Already you know who is it that we are talking about, so that we don't get in trouble of mentioning the name of the beneficiary. So now we are being told we have to get a permission to mention the name before we can mention the name. So if we can be considerate of that. But the follow-up from me, I think the issue of the title deed grant, I know that Western Cape is the only one presently that you still you are allocating to the municipalities. But I just want to find out, with the challenges maybe that you have mentioned, is it not possible for the department to access information directly from the title deeds office in fast-tracking this program?
Madam Chair, before I hand over to the acting HOD, how I wish I could have direct access to the deeds office. Believe me, things would get a lot done quicker from my regard. Madam Chair, in terms of the beneficiary, and I know I accept your ruling on that, but I think from my side, I think Member Marin as well, sadly the media also covered this event quite extensively, so I do apologize for mentioning the beneficiary's name, but because it was already in the public domain and concern, Madam Chair, what we did was, and remember when we found out the reason why Mrs. Bess was not given a house, we wrote to the municipality with all the details. I mean, we've got the paperwork, we've got it on a record. And, from our side where I sit, because local government is my partner and there's a specific ward council and there's a ward committee and there's a project steering committee, my logical approach from a governance oversight role is we've done the letter now, the municipality must execute and play their role, because otherwise I must do it for all 30 municipalities, all 100 and odd plus projects, which will become a very cumbersome administrative thing to do for us. But I will ask that we do follow up if she has indeed received a formal answer, because I also had to respond at National Parliament regarding this. So we gave the similar facts in that regard. But I do welcome it, we are held accountable, and I do welcome Member Marin's the concerns that he raises in that regard, but also in terms of Transix. And I must say the biggest fear and the risk is of possible invasion, and I would love the acting HD to respond to that, given that 146 units as per bin, is actually now ready. We're just waiting for the water meters to be installed. And at 44, we are awaiting a final outcome by, as Peter said, by the 26th of October. So that's a real risk. You are correct, Member Marin. So just like I know the department does have a plan, but from the administration side, if they can just unpack that plan, because we do have certain mechanisms to mitigate risks that we do foresee as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So the report on the beneficiary in Witzenberg, we'll consult with the municipality and provide some feedback in that regard. In terms of Kunradi, there has been questions or discussions with the Department of Education. They cannot build a new school in the area, but what they have committed to do is to upgrade the 3 schools that are there to provide more opportunity within that area and for surrounding communities that are there. In terms of Transix, we do have a securities contract. A risk assessment was undertaken in terms of invasions, which guides the kind of support we deploy to protect that particular site. But I'll ask Roy just to provide some information on that. And then in terms of the title deeds, we have instituted a quarterly TRP title deed meeting, and all of our stakeholders, the deeds office, anybody who's involved in title deeds is actively participating in that now. Previously that wasn't necessarily there, and it is now. We've also, our team now try to meet with them every month in order to provide better support and better management of the data that's coming through. But Roy can perhaps give some more information on that as well. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, you would recall the year before last, we reported on the title deed, the Cape Town Deeds Office being a cause of the backlog. That was unique to that situation because of the number of COVID cases which they closed down. But in general, the Deeds Office does not contribute to a backlog at all. The backlog happens at the municipality and on site. So it is where we have, the municipality has difficulty in getting the deeds, the sales agreements signed and submitting that to the conveyances which they appoint. That's where the problem lies, is getting those surveys done, getting the proper beneficiaries to sign those documents, to lodge it. We've had in the past, we've appointed those conveyances on behalf of municipalities, and those conveyances struggled to get those documentation. If we can get an intervention to get to the beneficiaries to submit the appropriate documents, once those documents are compiled, it's a very convenient process from the conveyancer through the deeds office It's on the ground where the issues as well. And as ministers raised earlier, is the bulk of our title deed backlog lies in contested title deeds where the beneficiary that's supposed to get the title deed is not on the property, it is someone else there. Thanks.
Can I just, Roy and Peter, in terms of Transex and the deployment of security services? Thank you.
We've provided the security services at Transex. The approval is till the 31st of March. As we understood, that submission is proved based on the delays that is experienced in the project. It appears that the contractor is not on site. I am not sure on the details, but regarding the availability of the security, there is security until the 31st of March. If the project manager requires an extension, he's welcome to submit that to our office and we will then pursue that further.
Thank you very much, members. We are going to continue. I present to you performance information from page 17 to 50. Member August.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I first want to commend the minister saying that he's working on giving hope to the people in the province. And thank you for not comparing the Western Cape with the other provinces in this country. Because many a times we want to weigh ourselves or want to measure ourselves with other provinces. And it's the people of the Western Cape that's suffering, that's in need of housing development. So firstly, Chairperson, I want to speak about the one thing that the minister mentioned was the Cape Agulhas project. I would really like the department to roll that specific project out as soon as possible. We've went on the site visit. You are aware of it. I think the minister and the department is also aware of it, but that is something that has to happen urgently. And coupled to that, I want to speak about, in the report, the FLISP housing delivery within the province. I've seen that most of the FLISP is happening in the city of Cape Town. I would like to hear what the department's proposal is on developing or building or giving other FLISP opportunities in other municipalities, especially where there's major infrastructure build in terms of hospitals, etc., where people are moving or migrating between municipalities. Then, Chairperson, yes, in this financial year, they've started the app on the telephone for the application of housing development. 2,100. Taking in consideration in 2018, ICASA had a penetration rate of 1.8 million in the 2018 year. 2,100, knowing that there's thousands and thousands of people that needs to either upgrade or needs to either fill in application. My question is, what is the department doing to improve and increase these applications via this specific app? Then also, Chairperson, I know they've discussed the extent of the title deeds and then the issues of title deeds. Should we not perhaps bring in measures before you get your keys, that we perhaps look at a will where the beneficiary has to have a will or a process that we can put in place so that it doesn't give that backlog when it comes to assigning the title deed. Secondly, what I've also seen that we don't come with a demolition certificate from the informal settlement to a formal settlement. There's no demolition certificate from the municipalities. So that informal dwelling remains there in that informal settlement. And people are just selling their shack, if I can put it that way, to the next buyer and carrying on. So are those measures put in place at human settlements? Then, Chairperson, it is sad for all of us to see how our taxpayers, our tax money, and not just ours, but everybody else, That house is built for a beneficiary that's struggling, and we find the foreigners living in these houses. What is the minister, or what conversation is happening at Minmac? We can never have a South Africa where people are selling their homes for 20,000 rand to a foreigner just for the electricity card. So what measures are we working on, or what are we putting in place? But this is a sad state of affairs that's happening, not just in the province, but throughout the country. Then also, I know that there's special funding towards disability. I want to say that the experience is where people, beneficiaries, have received their homes, and normally it's the 60-year-olds, 60, 70-year-olds that's getting homes. They quite able to in and out of their house. But after they received, a year later, there's strokes that comes in, and they don't have the funds to upgrade. Is there any way we can have one standard set of designs, so when that does happen, it's not as expensive for these disabled people to have to now fix up their place? Then also I've heard about the development, housing development, land audit, bringing people closer to the city. We've had these discussions in all districts where we've asked them that they do land audit. And I'll make an example. If you buy, if there is a small parcel of land, building 10 houses or 8 houses on this small parcel of land amongst a specific residential area, you calm down, or you don't have that infrastructure that you need to build. And that 8 houses will then, and that's the spatial injustice we're referring to, that 8 houses will then blend in with the residential area. But we build, and I don't want to use it slums, but we build developments where we're just creating chaos. I'll make an example for you is, the lady spoke about the infrastructure in terms of education. Still in Pelican Park, after 15 years, there's no high schools or schools that's been built. And that's no fault of human settlements. But what I'm saying is the conversation now where the two departments is becoming one will make this a better. But Pelican Park and other settlements are still without high school and primary school. People need to send their homes. And I heard your explanation about Delft, but that's perhaps just in Delft. But there's no infrastructure, or hardly infrastructure, when you have 3,200 homes that's been built and the schools cannot carry that. So it does deepen the pockets of the beneficiaries. Chairperson, for now, I think I just want to stop with that. Just lastly, the informal settlements. You've, on page 39, you give us the informal settlement upgrades per municipality, but then on page 42, you speak about a rapid upgrade of informal settlements, which is 10 million, and 6.7 million is spent. I would like to know perhaps what the funding is towards the upgrades of the informal settlements per municipality as well. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Member. Member Murray.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my questions relate to the BizBrain platform as well as the Citizens Relations Management platform. I just want to understand, in terms of these platforms, are they both public-facing? And if not, why not? I also want to understand if they play or have played a role in preventing queue jumping, and if so, maybe you have a bit more information on that or an anecdote. And then also, what is the uptake or the usage of these platforms, understanding that some of the beneficiaries may otherwise struggle to have internet access or data, how they may be using the platform despite those challenges as well. Thank you.
Very much, Member Toigo. Then Member Maran.
Thanks, Chair. Mine is on page 25. In terms of the underspending there that is mentioned on page 2, on the top table, if we can be able to get an understanding as to why there are such delays, because if you check there, it is said that there are challenges that are encountered in installing new hearing rooms for the Renter Housing Tribunal on page 25. So if we can be able to get that, what are the actual challenges? Because we can't just hear that there are challenges. What are the challenges themselves? So that we would understand. Then on page 26, paragraph 3, on the top page, the department speaks about the development of deferred ownership model, which talks to operators to open Cape Colors. Now, what we want to understand is that the issue of piloting this project of deferring these houses, what happens in terms of after 6 months to 24 months period, that some of these people that are there no longer qualify or afford to continue with the arrangement? Because we don't want a situation, because people enter into an agreement and then 1, 2, 3, in terms of opportunities and economic challenges, then we face a serious challenge. And it is sometimes a result in litigations and all those things. So that it looks like a very risky arrangement. Also, you want to understand on page 26, paragraph 2, where you outline the department has reviewed and amended framework policy for beneficiaries selection. Now, what we want to understand is that with regards to the year under review, how many elderly people were on that particular database? And also, there was a titanic dispute between department and the military veterans. And sometimes they utilize force to have access to the list and everything else. So how many of those people, because we don't want to see such kind of experiences going forward as well. And then also on page 29, regarding program 2, that talks to housing needs, research and planning. With 2.10, regarding the number of individuals who successfully completed the consumer rehabilitation initiative. From that target of 50 for the year under review, the department has achieved nothing. If we can get an understanding as to why is that, was that, and then also the issue of selecting another service provider. Why? What is the rationale? Then on page 30, under titled strategy to overcome areas of underperformance, if we can get an explanation in terms of initiative of deferred ownership, delinking, and as well as help me buy a home program. What has the department done to reach out to communities to make sure that they understand these programs? Because what is happening is that you would find out that such good initiatives are not understood on the ground by the people. Then on page 32, on a table titled Aggregate Indicators for 2021-2022 period, the planned annual target for the total number of housing units delivered that have reached a stage of practical completion by March 2022 was 8,272. But the department underperformed there by 2,081. I'm not sure if my figures are correct, or maybe you have an updated, if we can be able to get an understanding there. And then does the department do diligence when it, regarding contract for the purposes of building of houses? If so, why are contracts then awarded to people who can? Because you note there that one of the key challenges is the level of inefficiency and incapacity. So it results in a lack of delivery of the service of the department. And what is the department doing as far as that is? So far, Chair, those are the few questions that I would like to ask.
Member Mara. Oh, Member America.
Thank you, Chair. The benefit of speaking last is that most of your anticipated questions have been raised already. But Chair, I going to just refer to page 26 and the second last paragraph, and it relates to the amendment of the beneficiary policy selection framework. Can we just, get a sort of feedback in terms of, in what way was the policy amended, and also how has the amended policy been sort of aligned with the ones that is being considered by municipalities? Is there a seamless integration between the two? And then on page 27, Chair, is that the enhanced service sites topologies, and I like the innovation in the sense that it creates a three-tier category of enhanced service sites that's to be provided. And I want to then refer to page 39, where we get a sort of summary of the number of enhanced service sites that were sort of, correct, 39, yeah? Enhanced service sites that were delivered during the past financial year, and it's various municipalities. So the question that I would like clarity on, Chair, is in terms of those sites delivered, in terms of the categories that's being identified on page 27, how has that been sort of delivered within the context of the number of service sites that being delivered? And third, also on page 27, Chair, in terms of the research paper on new mechanisms for increased densities in social housing projects. What is the outcome of the research, and how, if ever possible, had we implemented the sort of outcome of that particular research paper? And then fifth, Chair, on page 29, Honourable Claire, who highlighted the last one. It's 2.10, so I will not repeat that. But I would like to refer to point 2.8. And that relates to the percentage acquired land during 24 to 29, rezoned by March 31. Now, it's the percentage, and it would appear that it's complied with the sort of a planned criteria or plan output. But what does that percentage represent? What's how many hectares or were sort of acquired, and which sort of district were those hectares of land acquired? And then, Chair, I'd like to move on to page, yeah, that's superfluous now. Page 20, page 32. Now, Chair, in page 32 provides us a summary of the aggregate indicators in terms of delivery as far as housing units, and Honourable Claire, who has sort of made reference to it under delivery, and he referred to the aggregate totals. Now, I want to understand that there were exogenous factors that contributed to the under delivery. But if one look at historical delivery, one you notice a consistent decline in delivery of housing units. And also it is, it's worrisome that those factors, those external factors that impact upon the delivery had such a profound impact on the department's ability to deliver the housing units, and this is particularly in relation to those vulnerable in our society that need access to the housing units. So, Chair, and I move on to page 33. 33 and 3.1 is that the number of beneficiaries who qualified, and the planned target was 138, and the actual achievement was substantially much higher than the planned target. Now, were there any budgetary implication for this sort of over-delivery of that particular indicator? And the same would apply to 3.2, where there is once again a over-delivery. Did it have, or ought to have, not did it have, budgetary implications for the department, and how did it implicate the department as far as its budget is concerned, or perhaps alternatively, was it sort of offset with where we have under-delivered in terms of certain indicators? So, Chair, and I move on to yeah, let's just leave that now. Move on to page 35, Chair, in terms of 3.2, the number of informal settlements upgraded to phase 3 by the end of the financial year. The target was 2 and none was achieved. But I want to link that to, let me just, just a little patience, Shay. Yeah, I'm going to link that to page 42, where, and I think Honorable Clerk would just also mention it in a way, that there's a budgetary amount sort of spent on the rapid informal settlement upgrade program. Is there perhaps a link between that expenditure and the one that I referred to on page 35, relation to the 3.6, or what other explanation might there be for that particular one? Yeah, and so Chair, we can move on to, I think the department has, to a certain extent, responded to many of the other questions that I was going to ask. On page 38, sustainable resource use. I mean, it is, certainly very pleasing that we look at other sustainable means of creating livable human settlement structures to our people. there is a planned target for 500. Now, those 500 is good, but there's quite a substantial over achievement of the target. Now, one could, honestly say that it's quite sort of laudable that it has occurred. Where did we roll out these sort of additional units that were constructed, and what was the budgetary implications for it in terms of, did we had a financial sort of saving as a result of the rollout, or again, did we again offset with other savings we made elsewhere? And then on page 41, Chair, the number of households earning, between 3,501 to 22,000 per annum. It's like it is stated that as an omission and amendment, the department will be reporting on beneficiaries as households are ambiguous for measurement purposes. That's good. Because households, it is not very clear, and I wouldn't want to expect a list of identification of beneficiaries, but I'm sure the department has a database, and if we could simply just get an aggregate amount of beneficiaries who have been assisted the past financial year as indicated. And then lastly, Chair, no, not the last one, yeah, maybe, just one more. Lastly, Chair, and I think Mr. DeWitt also make reference to this, and that is in terms of it's a new policy sort of trajectory or amendment that was taken, and that relates to the writing of debtors. And so was a significant increase in the write-up to debtors, and perhaps I think Mr. DeWitt mentioned something, and I must have missed out. Is that there's a increased from 450 was this plan indicated to 1,331. But again, what was so new about it? That we had this sort of expanded list to be written up. And what were the financial indications for our budgetary cycle for the last financial year? And Chair, I think, just the last comment, and that is on page 45, and I think there's another one that's on page 50, is that I find it very curious that if one look at on page 45, housing property maintenance is the final final appropriation of 10,820,000, and it's the actual expenditure for the same amount. And similarly on page 50, it's maintenance and repairs, the final appropriation, and the actual expenditure is exactly the same. So one wouldn't expect it to be actually, to the cent the same. And it is rounded off, and I'm sure it is, up to the nearest of what has been rounded off. Thank you, Chair.
Over to you, sir. Don't
Yep.
worry, you go on all the
Thank-
questions.
Thanks,
We got
Chair.
tonight also.
Yes.
So we are okay.
I also got a few questions. Page 25, Chair, and this morning we have spoken about communique on the social housing issue. So we just want to check from the department if there's any interventions in terms of the poor living conditions, because we have heard and we have seen in the report there is such, but also the frequent evictions from communique side, whether there's any interventions from the department side. Chair, then page 26, and we recently, MEC have a cluster B visit to Cape Agulhas, to the Overberg. And there was this question by Honorable Keku, what will happen to those who don't qualify, or which conditions have changed after the 24-month period? And we got an answer that unfortunately they will be evicted. That's the answer that we have received there. If they don't qualify after 24 months, the cost, MEC, if you, for instance, look just on the other side of the road, some BNG houses that's been built there, the cost between the two, the size is BNG 40 and those 2 bedrooms is 43. And one of the responses was, because there's a huge difference. The size is small, but the difference in terms of what it costs is actually huge. That you must remember there's tiles all over in those houses. Not sure whether those people are paying for tiles, but whether they will actually get back the value for the money that they're going to put it in. That's on that. And then, Chair, page 33. The target is, when it comes to the table 33, the first row, the number of qualifying beneficiaries for non-credit linked subsidies, target is 138. We would like to understand what is the housing database for that category. Then, Chair, on page 43, second paragraph on the outcomes about the department for the year under review facilitated a written of 1,331 debts against the target of 50. Just wants to know the total amount of the 133, the total amount that's been written off, what that amount is. Then, Chair, on page 48 was an overpayment. And that overpayment is only picked up during the audit process and corrected. Isn't there checks and balances within the department before it gets to the audit process? I would like to understand that. Chair, then the conditional grant on page 49, reasons for the funds unspent, and we have heard some responses, Chair, but one of those in the book says the slow procurement process. Why? Why is it like that? The slow procurement process, Chair. Yeah, that's my last question. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you very much. The last batch from me, from page 7. No, is it? No, not page 7, per se. I think I will do reference to that. So the actual performance on the APP, the department's target is 15,000 and how much? Let me go to that page to give me the total number. Okay. So the achievement is 11,495. And then the APP top to 15. What page is it? 7. Yeah, I got the 7. Okay, yeah, sorry, there it is. So the actual achievement is 11,495. And when the plan target is 15,046, so that is okay because there's reasons for that have been mentioned. Now, when you look at the EEDBS, the planned annual target is 450. Now the actual achievement of 1,331, why was the target so low if you had to achieve that much? What is the reason? What happened? What miracle happened for that overachievement of 1,331? And the next one, it will be the land use strategy. I mean, the problem of the community dynamics of the land invasion is something that is we tend to think from human settlements family to see it as a norm that is happening. But there need to be a strategy of the land use immediately when you move people of what is it that you do with the land parcel that you are shifting people. And I think the example also, it will be of the Cape Nature where you spend 8 million of now it's back to square one, people moved in there. That what is it that the department, what is it that they sort of plan when they shift people from where they are without having to duplicate the usage of another money to try to deal with the problem at hand. And also, I just want to find out, I mean, we went in the province from municipality to the municipality, and then the regional managers were there. One thing that was uniform within the challenges in the municipalities was the capacity within municipality. They were honest with that, no, we don't have capacity. And we do have the regional managers. Now, when you see the reason of the project performance, contract performance, and we have the regional manager, when do they identify? Because we even asked the question of when does the regional managers have the meetings with the municipalities? Because that's where the red flag should be there beforehand. Now, I want to find out that when is it that now the regional managers can raise the red flag within the department to say that there is a problem here, rather than becoming a norm in an annual report that the contractor challenges, because that should have been identified beforehand to have a option B that the department have to implement, or the strategy that the project doesn't stay for a very long time before now the mitigating factors can be put in place to make sure that the project moves forward. Because the non-deliverance of about the 4,000, it's a new phenomenon in this department that we have to say, where is it, what is it that we are doing that is not working? And we cannot hide behind COVID-19 anymore. We have to say, what is it that is happening? And municipalities, truly so, the members can really give evidence to that. They say we don't have capacity to do some of the things. And if we found that information as the standing committee, obviously the regional managers could have picked that up. So where is the loophole of the department not knowing what is it that is happening within the municipalities when coming to projects implementation? And the last one, maybe comment, is again the project implementing agents. The municipalities were picked up, the municipalities depend on them totally. Now it will go back to the issue that I was raising of the title deeds, that how do you know that your backlog that is in front of us is exactly that? If you have the municipality that can hire a contractor to do title deeds, to the title deeds, when do you get the information if maybe you have the regional managers that also they don't keep that track to inform the department of what is happening. So it's just a monitoring question in principle of how do we implement the monitoring within municipalities to the province. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do welcome the questions and comments posed by even yourself and the members, because it speaks to the complexity of what human settlements actually is. This is not an easy portfolio. The solutions are not easy due to the complexities of our own internal ability. Link that to the complexity that we are still expected to also assist 29 non-metro municipalities. I include the districts here because we are building a relationship. And they have their own limitations, which rightfully you have just alluded to. And this isn't something that is only starting now. It's been coming on for many, many years, but COVID-19 was the perfect storm. We, on both sides of the equation, my own department and the other external role players, it has shown the weaknesses in the system that needs to be addressed, either through innovation or through innovative mechanisms at our disposal, which COVID-19 has also taught us lessons. So indeed, I do welcome your comments, Madam Chair, because some of your comments, or even your questions, I don't think we'll be able to answer this morning because of the complexities of the response that we as government must do. But Member August, you do touch on pertinent matters, and I do welcome it. Yes, indeed, the Cape Agulhas, and this links to Member Trejo as well, the pilot in Cape Agulhas was to see and streamline the governance architecture, because local government has a role to play, but it's also a program that's unique to the Western Cape. So we will have our teething issues. When we did the first house and I visited, the first thing a lot of the envisaged beneficiaries said, Minister, but I mean, look at the size, look at this, look at that. But if you do an analysis of the market out there beyond just what we are doing as the state, how much is that house selling for in the open market is the logical question that you need to ask yourself. Then it will change the debate of where we are heading. But what we are seeking to do is to create opportunities backed by the data that we have for our province. Within the income bands, between 3,501 till 22,000, there's locked within that a missing gap. Now, my department, obviously, together with the Department of Local Government, has done an analysis of 4 municipalities to assess, what is going wrong. And we gave an amount, because I always wanted to understand, because of this linkage with local government. And it's a very interesting report that one reads to. But it also speaks to the issue of how do we as the state create opportunity and an environment where we can influence actually the cost per unit for that missing group. Many of them are teachers, policemen, nurses, and so on and so on. Like you saw in Cape Agulhas, many of the beneficiaries were from part of our deferred program, or even municipal officials that earn within that income bracket. So everything that we've done is backed by the data, but how do you build that solution for them? Nobody has ever thought of properly catering for that market. Local government has been focused on one specific product, PNG units or RDP units. So with that in mind, that is how we are doing this, Member August. So yes, we will be making certain announcements, and I mean, I won't let the cat out of the bag just yet. But believe me, people thought Cape Agulhas was in Cape Town, according to the Facebook comments and emails I received. Madam Chair, and I say this with a smile on my face because it actually proved my theory of change right in terms of what we need to do as a provincial government. 11,000 inquiries from people of the city of Cape Town alone. 11,000 and counting. So the need is here. The need and the structure of the product. And here one must take my hand off to Gavin Wise, who is leading that and engaging the sector and so forth. So we will be making certain announcements. We will be doing perhaps even more than one site in the city of Cape Town, given the massive need that was sparked by just one specific pilot, because as you rightfully say, I said I want to give hope, but hope in the governance context must relate to having the proper governance structure and accountability structures built into them, because just like today, I must account to you in terms of affordable housing, in terms of the deferred ownership model. In terms of first opportunities in non-metro areas, we don't report on them a lot. We don't talk about the successes a lot, Madam Chair, but for the year under review, what we have managed to do is, if you go and do your oversight visits again, 2 projects, we've already seen the successful occupation of FLISP units in the non-metro areas. But the media don't cover it. Why? I don't know. If you look at George, the first of its kind, the units are less than 420,000. And what gave me hope that day as a minister, it was a generation that's less than 45 years old, who took occupancy of their FLISP units, who said, we don't just want the state to do everything for us, but at least they must create the opportunity for us. That's George. Another good example where we've started seeing the occupancy of FLISP units, and we will be seeing that is the Mountain View project in Mossel Bay. Once again, a unique program, because if you look at it from the outside, the entire precinct has FLISP and BNG units. Occupancy is imminent. Once again, it speaks to our commitment to that program. In Drakensberg, as much as occupancy has not occurred yet, but in the Dal Yusufat project, it's a big site. It has social housing, it has FLISP, it has BNG. Once again, so there are non-metro examples. I can tell you where I've seen the product, I've seen the development, I've seen and engaged the mayor and the relevant councillor. So it is there. It's just that for some other reason the media don't address this, they don't assist us when we talk about these successes. Because it's logical, the biggest need is in the city of Cape Town, yet we also seek to address opportunities for those in need in the non-metro areas. In terms of the housing, and I'll just respond from a governance perspective, Madam Chair. The vision of this was always to put accountability, but ease of accountability in the hands of a possible end user, a beneficiary. Once again, why there's a low uptake or download of this app, I can't give you an answer. I'm not a media specialist, to be quite honest. But, you know, we try to unpack it. We try to engage and empower even our councillors about this so that we can see this app being downloaded. Obviously, when we developed the app, or this iteration of the app, the vision was always to have it classified as a white app, which means it's data-free. Now, that's an entire different process, which I believe it's still ongoing. But at the end of the day, this app, my vision for the app as the minister is you must download it for free. It shouldn't use data. That's why there is a specific classification in terms of that. But we are, and Nathan Adrianse is here, we are looking at ways how to communicate and talk more about the app so it can find a bit more download as well, because it's linked to other stuff. Remember, after this, we developed the Rental Housing Tribunal app. Once again, we're trying to empower a broad-based community on the back of this provincial government's focus on being data-led, creating access points where there's free data for our citizens, feeding into that as well. Remember, August, yes, indeed, it's very worrying when you develop and hand over houses today and 2 weeks later, you find out it's non-South African citizens actually living in those houses. And I actually asked for a report, and Pamela and the team did a study for me. And I'll use the specific site which I chose, because when I handed over houses, I found it quite odd that I didn't see the same people that I handed over to 2 months before. So it's a very short time frame that I noticed this. And this is in Forest Village. And you will see massive community complaints and on Facebook and people engaging the media, rightfully so. But the problem is that when a beneficiary expresses the need for a housing opportunity and their living conditions according to the City of Cape Town's housing database still is the same, and they qualify like in Forest Village because there's different feeder areas into Forest Village. It's not just Ward 16 and 17. Who am I, who is the department now to question if the City of Cape Town says the living conditions is still the same? That individual then signs an agreement and the rest of the process is initiated. And to use the Forest Village example which I asked for, Nathan and the team assisted them. They did just one block, because I really wanted just to see what happened in this specific portion. Almost 40% of the units were not occupied by the original people. It moved in 2 months before, Madam Chair. 2 months before. And when you confront, because obviously I have a limited role as the minister, the state has a limited role, because in the Housing Code, in the Housing Act, it defines, look, this is a specific period, you're not allowed to sell, but it doesn't empower me to address the issue of the renting out of these units. And that is the big concern, and I've written to the minister, just to answer Member Marin and now Member August asked a question as well. I've written to the minister saying, look, I understand that the issue of the renting out of these units is a very grey area, but we must do something about the illegal sale of these units. Similarly, I went to Highbury. I mean, once again, it was covered within the period under review. We went to such an extent that we sought to get in actually the original beneficiary to move back into their house so that we can initiate the process. Needless to say, the same house was sold 2 times to different people. Then the same beneficiary had the audacity to say, no, but I'm acting unfairly. And this is just one case, I can go on forever. But at least the lessons I've learned from that is that the state attorney did give us clear guidelines how we must actually deal with this moving forward. And I know that we're looking at a possible policy guideline document to assist us. But Madam Chair, that's why I said the complexity of what we deal with is not easy to resolve for us when the person who gets the house is contributing to the problem. And that is the big message I want the members of the House to understand. There's only so much the state can do. At what stage does the beneficiary or the citizen take ownership? That is a discussion I think that one needs to have. Madam Chair, indeed, once again, Member August speaks about social infrastructure, as I now call it, schools and so forth, because from the 1st of April, that will be called social infrastructure, schools, clinics, and so forth. And that is why I'm so happy that we now will have one department that focuses on a holistic approach. But I'm also a realist that the private sector is needed. It's how we work together to reach our social infrastructure objective as a state. That is the crucial question where I am at the moment. Madam Chair, then I believe the bulk of the other comments and inputs was more towards the administrative component of this document. I've just given the background because I initiate the processes as the governance component. So now the implementers of the vision will now respond to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. There was quite a few questions. I'm going to try and split them into responses, if that's okay. So I'm going to ask Gavin to begin. Gavin, if you can just give some information on the rollout of the Cape Agulhas program and some of the criteria that are built in terms of the 2 years and the deposit that's going to be available afterward. And then perhaps just some information on the FLIS pipeline outside of the metro. We can provide a list of the pipeline if that's something. It is still under construction because municipalities do put FLIS onto the business, onto the long-term planning, and when it gets to that point, they change it to. But we have started putting together a pipeline, and I'll ask Gavin to just speak to that. Gavin, I've spoken to the deferred ownership question. I think the 50 consumer readiness and the target that wasn't met. We spoke to it earlier, and I'll ask Gavin to give some more information if that's needed as well. Affordability and creditworthiness can change next month. You stop paying your bond, or you lose your job, or you lose your house, or you get a drop in salary, or your hours get cut, and your affordability and consumer readiness changes. Now throw in COVID. So we appointed the consumer readiness person before COVID started. A lot of the work to get the beneficiary ready was done before COVID, and COVID hits. People are then, their circumstances change, their financial ability changes. We go into this for 2 years, that the service provider can't go and support that particular person to maintain their debt because there's a hard lockdown. You go back a year later and the situation is completely different. The service provider would need to restart all of that work. We then had even the workshops that we held with our communities was done a year and a half before the time. By the time it gets to after COVID, the affordability situation has changed for that beneficiary. So eventually we reached a situation where we had to end the services of the service provider, because he'd already gone and done a lot of that work. And the work he'd done as a result of the COVID impact had changed, the situation had changed. But I'll ask Gavin just to give some more information on that target. And then I think there is some question on communique and the social housing, poor living conditions. I have spoken to that earlier. Only 10% of the stock, the social housing stock, is of communique. 10% of communique stock is social housing, and that stock is regulated by the Social Housing Regulatory Authority. So they're not just allowed to evict willy-nilly. There's firm conditions that they need to maintain the accreditation status. If they lose the accreditation status, they can't access the capital subsidy. So there's a stick and there's a carrot. But the evictions that are undertaken in terms of the social housing program are regulated or monitored by the SHRA, not regulated. The Social Housing Act prevents that government gets involved in the property management of rental stock. And we can see the consequence of that. If government is the landlord, nobody pays their rentals. If a private sector individual is a landlord, they pay their rental because there is a risk of getting evicted if they don't. But if government has got any additional information on the social housing aspect in terms of regulation, we can do that. But it is managed by the Social Housing Regulatory Authority. And then there was another question about if they get evicted after the 2-year period, while they get evicted for Cape Agulhas. So if we can start with Gavin, and then we'll move or the affordable housing program, and then we'll move through to the others once Gavin has completed. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, members. I think very, very important questions, very valid questions. I think that I'll address the issue of the deferred ownership first, and it's wonderful that some of the members have been to see the units and seen the product that's being offered. I think also just to pick up what Minister Simmers was saying, we've had a very close collaboration with the banks, with the commercial entities that are providing the loan finance. And they're very excited about the model. So I think the Honourable Member had a question about will owners in future be able to get their money back essentially because of the property prices. But the properties are priced at a very, very competitive place, and the banks certainly find value in the product, and we're very excited to see the possibilities going forward in terms of the growth in that market. We've got 22 contracts signed already in terms of those units, and there's 5 under construction with a further 7 instructions being issued for construction. So the project's well underway. And I think as Minister was speaking to that as well, I think one of the values we've tried to instill within the department is innovation. And I think the complexity with innovation is you try certain things and certain things will fail. And I think the Minister will support here in terms of if we don't fail certain times, we don't learn. And I think definitely with the deferred ownership, it is a pilot. But what we've done is in terms of the program itself, to mitigate the very risks that have been raised by the members, the way the process works is that there's at least 50% of the accrued rental over the 2-month period that the person enters into a lease agreement for that property. 50% of that rental goes towards a large deposit. So that's a key mitigant in terms of giving them the ability to access good financial resources at the end of the 2-year period. In addition, what's critical to the program is as that rental's paid each month, there's a financial coach that's provided in terms of the program. And so part of the rehabilitation is for that person to gain a strong credit record and strong payment record. So I think that's also a very big part of the risk mitigation on this particular program. As soon as beneficiaries, if the circumstances change, there's an immediate engagement with the financial coach. They look at restructuring, they look at processing. And I think that's a critical element that does need to be accounted for. The realities are if at the beginning of the lease agreement, the beneficiary signs what they call an option to purchase agreement, and so that the house, they sign an option at the end of the 24 months, they're then able to exercise that option if they are able to, if they source the FLISP subsidy and the relevant loan finance, bond finance. If the person is unsuccessful in that and that everything's been done with their deposit with the coaching that they've had, that lease will then terminate at the end of the 24-month period, and that person will then need to vacate. I think the realities are, though, the way the program is structured is that risk we feel is very small, and I think that's part of the pilot. That's part of the reality of saying government is making this possible, and hence the processes that have been put in place. I think maybe just in terms of where we are with the program, I'm actually presenting to Hesekwa Full Council on Wednesday around the program. We've had Swellendam that were part of the Bredasdorp handover the unit. We've had Overstrand there. We've engaged with the City of Cape Town in terms of metro rollout, where a number of sites have been identified. So there's a growing momentum with that, and I think a growing excitement as well. The realities are, I mentioned, I'll come on to the credit readiness program, and my acting HOD spoke to that. And I think coming back to innovation again, I think the department went forward with the program saying, listen, the credit worthiness is a real critical issue. I think the lessons learned from that now have been incorporated into our other programs. And I think particularly are the ones that the province is managing on behalf of the city, where it spoke about an alternative service provider that is providing the same capacitation and the same processes that the service provider that the province had appointed is doing. And I think we've seen the success of that. And I think the success has been linked to where it's project specific, and that's been the learning for us as a department. And I think that's hence the reference on page 26 to the essence of the program was achieved outside of, within the metro areas within the City of Cape Town. And I think, again, it's those learnings that get drawn into all our processes and projects going forward. In terms of the FLIS pipeline, Minister has alluded to that. There's a number of future sites outside the Cape Metro area, Metro Grounds, Ebenezer in the Beto area. We're having engagement with Saldanha Municipality. There are a number of exciting initiatives there. In terms of Drakenstein, there's provision for FLIS both in terms of Dal Yusufat as well as the Vlakkeland project. So the ability to deliver FLIS units within what they call an IRDP project is where we're gaining momentum and where one is able to keep the costs down as a department and a municipality working hand in hand. Again, on that issue, we're having close collaboration with the banks where we meet with them on a regular basis. So they're on board in terms of specification, in terms of finding value within specific projects. And that's key to ensure that the investment of the state as well as the individual is upheld and protected and gains the necessary benefits from that. I think that's pretty much all, Madam Chair, that I can recall. If there were other specifics around that, I'll gladly take further questions, or if I perhaps had missed something, Acting HOD.
Can I continue? Okay, so I'm going to ask Shahida to just respond to some of the questions that were raised in terms of debt write-off and the total amount in relation to that. And then Benjamin, there was a question in relation to BIS projects. If you can please just respond to that. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Good day, Chair. Through you, Chair. In terms of the debt write-off, part of the reason why it was so low is that during the year, a submission was written because certain of the household debtors has had irrecoverable debt for many years. And so a submission was written to our then acting HOD to write down the debt under our challenging economic circumstances that we currently have. And with that as well, the holding costs are obviously ridiculously expensive in terms of rates and municipal services. And so with that, a decision was made to write off the debt. And that's why the debt went from that little amount, which was 450, to the amount that's stated, because you asked why the target was so low. So it was the submission came after the target was set to, and also given the fact that there's the merger, we don't want to go over to infrastructure with our old baggage, and hence the debt write-off. The total amount, one of the members asked what was the total amount because we gave numbers, was 30.294 million rand. Because also with regards to our policies, once a debt is written off, we can then promote home ownership. A transfer then can take place to the beneficiary. Does that satisfy? Is that fine? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Pam to just give us some input now on the special needs question that was asked in relation to the member asked if the house had been constructed and a year or two later somebody falls ill, can we go back and respond? The social housing study, there was a question on the outcomes of that particular study. And then Minister has already responded in terms of the illegal sale of units and rental. If there's anything Pam would like to add in that regard. Thank you.
Good morning, members. Perhaps I could just start by adding on to what Minister was speaking to on the people who have sold their houses. I mean, he gave a comprehensive feedback on that, but I just wanted to say we also of the view as a department that it's high time that we also educated the people who are buying these houses informally, because they are actually at the mercy of the people that they are buying the houses from. Should those people die or change their minds, it would be difficult for them to get any ownership of these properties who are bought before the preemptive clause in the 8-year period has lapsed. So we would be, as part of the intention of what we're going to do in this current year, is to sort of run a media campaign of sort to caution people, because we also get people who come to us after now they've been chased out by the people they bought the houses from, requesting our assistance, which of course we can intervene because those are private matters. So that's just what I wanted to add in addition to all that the Minister has said. In terms of the beneficiary selection framework, from about 2010, the department started working on a framework or a norms and standards of trying to sort of guide municipalities on how they should do the art or the science of selecting beneficiaries, what kind of norms do they have to look out for, and the rules that and other issues that they have to focus on. So we then had in 2012 the first framework for the province, and then after that we went into municipalities, sort of making sure that all municipalities are drafting their own policies for framework that are going to be passed by their own councils. And so, as I said, that happened around 2012 when we had this policy. That was also followed by an extensive process around encouraging municipalities to focus on cleaning up their housing demand database. So in the period between 2012 and the year under review, there were also a number of minor, if I can call them that, enhancements that were or updates on the policy. One of them spoke on the age prioritization. At some point, if you remember, we spoke about prioritizing people who are 40 and above. So we had issued circulars to municipalities around that. We had issued circulars to municipalities around, I know the minister gave a 50-50 directive when he first got appointed, with the balancing of backyarding, or people coming from backyarding situations or overcrowding, and those from informal settlements when they are selected. So there were quite a number of amendments over the period, but they were issued as circulars. Then in 2020, the national directive came, which said that we must now prioritize only 3 priority groups: military vets, households affected by disability, and households that have elderly people 60 and above. We then thought it was perhaps important to just, since it's been 10 years that has lapsed, to just update the framework selection policy to speak to those issues. So guiding municipalities around how do you prioritize your selection for top structures, specifically to those who are 60 and above, and of course telling them if you've exhausted your housing demand database with people who are 60 and above, you are allowed to go to the next age cohort, which would be 55 to 59 and so forth. So it was more or less around, re-emphasizing certain things, 50-50. The other thing we had to re-emphasize to also try to prevent, even the elderly people sort of taking advantage of the, beneficiary selection review that prioritizes them, to stick to the principle of saying that you must actually be on the waiting list for a minimum of 3 years in order to be selected. So it was quite a broad framework. Just to answer your question again on what we're doing to work with municipalities around that. So the actual review, when we were reviewing it, we had about 11 meetings with municipalities, just asking them to tell us what their problems have been, if any, in order to try to effect that into policy. The biggest one we've picked up is the prioritization of the elderly. There was a question around that. But more specifically, the only means you provide to show that you are, the prioritization of the disabled people, not the elderly, is that we've been piggy banking on the SASSA system, the Social Security Grant system. And then it has happened that in some municipalities, if anyone rocked up and said, I get a SASSA grant on the basis of a disability, then they get prioritized. But because of COVID, we also realized that some of us are walking around with comorbidities we didn't know, high blood pressure, diabetes, and all that kind of stuff. So we needed now to also come up with a system where we try to, if you like, differentiate between the different types of disabilities in order to prioritize really the more, severely disabled people. So I hope that answers you in terms of what we're trying to do. It was really to update the norms and standards. And in this financial year that we're in, we are having meetings with municipalities to help them now with a template of how they're going to update their policies. And then on the question on the ESS, the enhanced service sites, the department had a 2018 policy on enhanced service site, which basically only catered or dealt with two scenarios, normal service site and also an enhanced one, which would have a wash trough and a toilet either made with precast or block toilets. But again, as a result of the national directive, where it became clear that there are housing opportunities that aren't going to be given to beneficiaries that are below 60 years, we had to think as a department about what else could we do. So in this revised ESS, we came up with two additional proposals. One is an option C and a D, which is basically one where you give someone a service site. It's enhanced, but it's got a slab that they can enclose over time. And then the higher sort of model would be one where you give someone also like a house with so the frame is about 40 square meters, which would be your BNG housing be, but you've only sort of built it for about 20 square meters with the intention that they would close it up. You asked a question about whether the department has implemented those two options, I guess, in this current financial year we're in. My answer would be no, we haven't. We're still working with the National Department of Human Settlements we've written to them through the Office of the Minister to ask us to give us permission to implement that. We haven't had a response, but also part of the process was to try to figure out which grant we would use to support such a mechanism. So that's what we've been doing. But the first two options are still being implemented, the enhanced one and the main service site. And then just going through my notes. Oh, there was a question on the what happens to elderly people when they've been given a house and then they move on. There's a principle that I think in all projects we maintain that, before we had the national directive, normally when you build housing projects, you would put the elderly people in the lower floors. That's if now you're doing a medium density type of development. But with the national directive, obviously, it means that we cannot put elderly people on the second floors and the third floors if we were to do that. So it basically means that municipalities then, when they are coming up with projects that they know would be geared towards households that are living or that have people who are elderly, it probably speaks to the type of typologies that we all have to explore, making sure that elderly, you don't give them duplexes where they wouldn't be able to go up the stairs, but it's really a design issue. And also, we also raise the concern that with the national directive, we don't want to find ourselves in a situation where you're creating communities of only elderly people. So this speaks to generally making sure that when housing projects are being constructed, we look at other typologies that also incorporate younger people within the vicinity, so that there's some kind of, integration happening within communities. And then lastly, the other question was on the social housing research that we did. It was really about exploring if there are any funding mechanisms that social housing institutions could tap into in order to increase their densities. At the moment, most social housing institutions build up to 4 stories, so we're looking at what would it take to build to about 12 stories. So, I mean, the research unpack a number of issues. Basically, the minute you start hitting 8th floor, basically to the 12th, your price of building, increases quite substantially based on reinforcements that you have to do on the ground. The number of multi-purpose sort of communal spaces, that you would need to cater for and all of that. So we looked at issues around playing around with the size and the cost, like what we call the norms and standards, which are going to be gazetted by National. I think they announced that about a month ago. We looked at issues around maybe tapping into municipal subsidies, but I mean, municipalities, their finances are constrained, so that wasn't really an option. We looked at, I mean, TRA has a technical definition or understanding of what the technical variance is. I think they say it's about 20. Some people think it's at about 30%. To cut a long story short, I think the main sort of instrument that we thought would work best is if municipalities could really adopt or develop and adopt their own inclusionary housing policies, especially where developers would pay amounts in lieu in order to support social housing institutions who want to build up. That would be sort of the main or the only really sort of new addition in the subsidy framework, because everything else, it would just be tailoring. We could also do things like, multi-purpose sort of buildings where you have commercial, rental, and ownership within the same block to try and cross-subsidize, but that just gives you not that much enough in order to build up to like 12 stories. So we're just exploring and just looking at the research in those terms. I hope that clarifies your question. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Brian Denton to respond now in relation to the questions that were raised in terms of the housing database. There were some questions on EEDBS that were raised as well, military veterans, to respond to those. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Firstly, just for the mobile app, yes, the 2,100 persons that have registered, I think the main concern was that when you have persons on the waiting list, they unfortunately do not update the details. And when the housing opportunity do arise, it's difficult to find them, whether it is telephonically or even the physical address. But I think the one point that we also should be aware of, the impact of the mobile app, it's the convenience, not only at looking at the amount of persons that have registered, but municipal officials are also using this app to actually go into the field and register persons themselves. We understand a lot of the persons are challenged technologically wise, but so I think it's also, we just take cognizance of the fact that the convenience of the municipal officials now being able to go into the field and to register persons. Regarding the disability, the housing policy does make provision for where a family applied and everybody in that family unit were able-bodied, and unfortunately somebody should become disabled thereafter. They can then complete a medical certificate and the house will then be updated. Obviously, in the case where a person is wheelchair bound, from the onset, the house will be a 45 square meter house. So obviously the house will not be extended, but if any person within that family after the fact becomes disabled, then the house can be enhanced with other things like kick rails, kick plates, ramps, etc. Unfortunately, it won't be able to be increased. It won't matter at that time. But the bottom line is they can apply after the subsidy has been approved, whether it be 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, they may apply thereafter. Then just regarding the military veteran housing waiting list, I think just to get some clarity here, firstly, there is not a waiting list for military veterans. Military veterans, firstly, they are exempt from being on the housing waiting list. So if Brian Denton was a military veteran, a bona fide military veteran, and I don't need to be on the waiting list to be considered in the housing project. However, I think
just to get clarity here is that military veterans must firstly be registered with the Department of Military Veterans for the housing opportunity before they can be approved in a housing project. So there is the military veterans database and the housing waiting list, but military veterans are exempted from being on the housing waiting list. Then there was the question about the INC, the individual non-credit linked subsidy. The database, sorry, we spoke about that's the person's obviously earning less than 3,500 a month, and whether persons on the waiting list. Okay, sorry, I get it wrong. The question was, how many persons in the income category on the housing waiting list is INC, or the individual non-credit linked subsidies? In actual fact, everybody who earns below 3.5 may qualify to apply for the INC. The INC is that the persons do not participate in the project, but they find a house in the secondary market to acquire themselves. So that will be 568,000, because that's the total amount of persons on the housing waiting list. So any person who earns below 3.5 and is on the waiting list, what we've done, because of the number of applications we received, we have put in some conditions. In the non-metro areas, municipal areas, you have to be on the waiting list for at least for a period of 5 years. And if you are in the metro area, you should be on the waiting list at least for a period of 10 years. Then the last one from my side, the EDBS overachievement, 450 versus 1331. Yeah, Madam Chair, I think there's still a bit of confusion with EDBS. EDBS is done by this Department of Human Settlements. That is our own stock. But all municipalities also have housing stock that falls under EDBS. So it's not in our control on how much applications the municipalities actually process, with the City of Cape Town being the biggest landlord, if I can put it that way. Most of all the other municipalities have sold on their stock in terms of the EDBS. We as municipality, if I can put it that way, the department, we also almost come to the end of our stock. So the biggest landlord where this lies now is with the City of Cape Town. And so we are totally dependent on the external factor in terms of how much applications the municipalities who have stock actually process within the period. Thank you.
Thank you. I know there's a lot of responses, so my apologies. Let's just get to a few of the smaller ones, and then we'll hand over to the implementation team to do the program 3 responses. I'm going.
Before you continue, I've been receiving the messages from the members in dire need of the body break. So we are going to continue until 12. Then if there are other questions that are still outstanding, that means we will do that after the session. And when we break for 12, Somar, I'm going to do the body break plus lunch, and then we go for lunch. When we come back, we continue.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Nathan just to respond. There was a question in relation to how we communicate the different programs that we have to ensure that beneficiaries are aware of what our programs are. If Nathan can please respond to that. I missed Benjamin. I identified him earlier in terms of the systems. I'm actually going to give him an opportunity to respond to that now. And then I'm going to ask the CFO and Roy to respond in terms of preventing overpayment. There was a question on what systems are put in place to pick that up before the Auditor General gets the report. And then for Roy, there was a question in relation to the will for title deeds. So we have, ministers instructed us to try to put a standard operating procedure in place to ensure that we issue the title deeds sooner, because the more we delay, the harder it gets. We've been trying to get it to on the day that they hand over the key, the title deed gets handed over. The challenge is that they need to sign the sales agreement first. So now we're trying to get those two processes to link up, and then a title deed within the next 6 weeks. But at least when somebody walks into the house, he's already signed the offer to purchase or the sales agreement, and that means that the paperwork is done. Like Roy mentioned earlier, the paperwork is the challenge. So I'm just going to ask Roy if he's got any additional input to that. And then the last question to Roy and to the CFO would be the exact nature of the maintenance and repairs budget. Thank you.
Chair, just on the title deeds, in each project, there is a consumer education program that is conducted as part of the project, and it is encouraged at that stage that the beneficiaries are encouraged to complete the will. It is entirely up to the beneficiary whether they want the will or not. It cannot be imposed on them. It's a personal matter, but it would be beneficial to them to be encouraged to complete the will at that stage. With respect to the maintenance, I think the CFO does the budget office, and I'll defer to him.
Thank you, Chairperson. Interesting question from Member America. Why is the spending exactly the same as the budget? The figures that's in the appropriation statements is all after environments and shifts. So that there was a shift. I think it was only 1,000 rand that was shifted under property payments. So we were very close to our actual budget for maintenance. Just on the 135,000 rand overspending that we had. That was an unfortunate one. Luckily, that was only the first phase of the contractor. We've already recovered the 135,000 rand, and we did put controls in place. There's now a progress payment certificate that goes with the normal progress certificate. So whereby we will have the total value for the contract, less payments paid, balance available, and then amount of this payment. So to ensure that we won't overpay on a contract. We also are going to put budget blocking onto BAS so that the system will throw something out if it's over the above money. There's 135,000 rand. Then there was also one thing on wire contracts awarded to underperforming contractors. We cannot exclude contractors. We must be objective. They are all registered with the NHBRC, CIDB. They submit a tender document to us. And if they are not listed on the National Treasury's register of defaulting contractors, we cannot ignore them. So we have our own register anyway. So for future ones that we will then also take that into account, the risk on that. The underspending that the member asked for on program 1 of page 25, it was covered when Member Marang, when I answered Member Marang's question on the underspending per program. I think that's all of it, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. On the ICT, the question which was asked was whether the two platforms that were enhanced during the year under review are citizen interfacing. This braid, it's not citizen interfacing. It's talking to the processes within the department. It's helping the department to better manage the data within the institution. Your hosting systems like your project management system, which is this project in this regard. So it's much more of the department's use. The citizen relations management is the one that is citizen interfacing. That's where you're hosting systems like your app, as it was alluded to by Minister. That's where you're hosting systems like your rental housing tribunal. And those are systems that are talking to the citizens. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to the members without holding us from lunch. Just to say from a communications perspective, I think that as a Department of Human Settlements, we have a number of different entry points for us to communicate the message of the department. I think you look at face-to-face, we have a help desk component, which I can confirm for the year under review, we saw just over 26,000 citizens who visited our office for information and different information on human settlements. Then, of course, the traditional ones is our website, which again, if you look at the infographic which we have, we'll post that up on our website. But I think where we are making tremendous strides as the department is on the social media space. Yes, one will know now that, many people might not have access, but I think the reality is that many citizens have smartphones at their disposal. And so what we've seen is tremendous traction in terms of our social media posts and information which we disseminate on our social media platforms. Then, of course, we as a department, we have a monthly radio spot which is broadcast and simulcast to 7 radio stations across the province. That's on a Tuesday, the first Tuesday at 6 o'clock. And that also is another mechanism for us to communicate our message. For the year under review, what we've also done is work very closely with municipalities, and we rolled out a communications and customer care roadshow to all municipalities. And what we did with that engagement is ensure that there's alignment with municipalities in terms of the message as well as the material which they have at their disposal. So where you saw the revised FLISP and being rebranded as Help Me Buy a Home, we made sure that that material is available to all the municipalities. And where there's a need for us to engage and assist municipalities with communicating to their communities, we have gone out and we've worked very closely with some of our line functions within the department. But I think also, members, it's important for us to be mindful that, as Minister has said, you know, there's so many good stories that we have as a department. So many good stories. And until we are in a position to engage with editors and journalists, why they do not cover those stories, we will continue to promote our stories on the various platforms at our disposal. And we know from our own engagement with communities that the message is getting through to those communities. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Taking cognizance of your time, it's 12 o'clock. There's a few more questions, but we can hold them over unless you want us to continue.
I appreciate you holding. There are follow-ups also that are going to come. So I'm going to adjourn this meeting for now, and then we'll go for lunch in the members' lounge. Members, what time are we coming back? Now it's 12, so you need an hour or 45 minutes for lunch? An hour. Okay, so we'll come back half an hour. Okay, do your caucus and tell me. 45 minutes. Okay, so that means 1:45. We will continue. And then be mindful, I just have to mention this in advance. 1:45, we are here, we start, and exactly 2 o'clock, we are done. Whether we are done with this or not, we adjourn. We continue with SCOPA. When SCOPA finish around 5 or 6, we come back as human settlements. Thank you very much, members. The meeting is adjourned, and then we'll go for lunch. There were some questions that were still outstanding, so I'm going to hand over to the department to continue.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon again, everybody. Thank you for lunch and arranging lunch for us, Chairperson. I'm going to ask Renita Robertson, who's in our planning team, to respond to the question that was asked about the 6% hectarage and how much that relates to. The 6% and how much hectarage it relates to, and also to the RISIP question in terms of informal settlements. And then after that, Rob Smith and the regional directors will take us through the last technical questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, as well as members, and thank you. In terms of the indicated 2.8, the 6% relates to 7.84 hectares of land. That is the response therein. And then in terms of the informal settlements upgrade and what happened in terms of that program, there we have envisaged 7 informal settlements to be undertaken for the phase 3 of informal settlements upgrading plans. But critically in this was that what arose to that non-performance was that the communities were not willing to move, affecting the stability of the community. And we also need to note that the phase 3 only allows for site service and not the top structures. So that was another factor that inhibited the progress on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, Minister and members. I'm going to run through the questions that came up largely on the service site projects. And I'm just going to run through them in the order that they came up. So the first one was around, sorry, is it clear? The first one was around the UISP projects in indicator 3.5, and that is the 1795 total. So the projects there where we delivered service sites under the UISP were Boys Town, it was 235, the airport precinct, 308. And then in the Manus area, the Zwelihle admin site, 127, and Masakane in Gansbaai, 633. Then we also delivered sites in Botriver and in Neisen, 24, and then in Klaver, 206. The difference that was asked around enhanced service sites and fully serviced sites, for the UISP indicator, these sites are fully serviced, so each site gets full connections and can be handed over to an individual. Then maybe just linking to that, there was a question around the service sites per region, and I can just take you through all of those. There will be some repetition, but the rest are RDP sites. That's page 39. In Breda Valley, those 488 sites are the remaining sites that we were serviced on the Transhex project. Then in Freda Bess in Witzenberg, we did the last 144 sites on the existing phase. Then under City of Cape Town, there's a total of 637, and that's made up of Boys Town and Airport Precinct. Boys Town is 235. Then just in terms of Garden Route District, there's 207 sites that we developed in New Horizons. That's in Bito. Then 590 sites were developed in Malcote-Fontein, 24 in Neisner, and then in Overstrand we did a lot of sites, 760. The 760 are UISP sites, and that's made up of the Masakane project in Gansbaai and the Zwelihle sites. But we also did 144 in Mount Pleasant, also in Hermanus. Then in Railton and Swellendam, we did 450 sites. In Botterfield, we did 168 sites. And then in the West Coast, 206 sites in Klaver that we finished off in the financial year, and 155 in Lowville in the Fredenberg area. Then there was a question, kind of a ideological or a high-level question around why is there a decline in what we deliver every year? And a lot of that links to our budget has sat pretty firm at about 2 billion a year across the two grants. But what happens every year is the subsidy goes up. So what we can buy with that grant is less and less. We also, where we developing ourselves, the additional costs that we have to absorb on our projects can be fairly expensive. So as well as the subsidy going up, we are finding that the tenders are coming in very high. So it's a mixture of construction costs going up and the risks associated with construction. There was also a question around the individual subsidies. We targeted 138 and we overshot on that target. That's indicator 3.1. Also linked to indicator 3.2 on the FLISP. Both of them we overshot on. The EXCO made a decision to accelerate on these programs. Obviously, FLISP is one of our priority programs, but at the same time, we managed to access funding from the NHFC so that this didn't hit our financing because we were able to access funding on a recovery basis from the NHFC as we dispersed subsidies on the FLISP. So that helped us to deal with any budget overrun that would have led to by going faster on those projects. I think I've covered all of that, all of the issues around informal settlements. And then just in terms of, there was a question around demolition certificates. When people are moved away from an informal structure, do we demolish? Do we get some kind of certificate? No, but there are relocation plans, and ideally, when the informal structure is broken down, it is cleared. Many municipalities handle that well, but there are instances where those gaps are reoccupied. It's very difficult to control that. And also, not all sites in an informal settlement are residential, so often a business will refuse to move. So there are informal structures in settlements where it's very difficult to move those business premises, and we end up having some structure still left on a piece of land. Then the issues around due diligence, I think that was answered by the CFO when he talked about the CRDB grading of contractors. They have a certain grading which allows them to do a certain difficulty and value of work, and also NHBLC is involved. But yes, it's very much tied up in our procurement regime, and we are obligated to apply our procurement in terms of those regulations. And then also the forums. I'm not sure how much I can say around the interruption to our construction that's already been dealt with to a certain extent, but also in terms of dealing with municipalities and preempting where there's going to be problems, where there are capacity issues. We have reinstituted after COVID and having to do things virtually, going out to municipalities or groups of municipalities in district forums where we can communicate with all sections of the department any issues that are arising. We discuss their performance as one of the issues, but obviously we deal with other issues as well. And those forums we are reinvigorating to make sure that we get in touch fully with all our municipalities, and that will help us to anticipate more where there are capacity challenges in our municipalities. I think I've covered everything, HOD Chair.
There's two more, if I can just ask, Rob. The one question that you didn't mention was the sustainable resource use. We had a target of 500 and we overperformed the budgetary implications of that. And then the last one, I think, Roy, is a question that you missed. How do you know if the backlog of title deeds is exact? Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I was just looking there for the list of the projects that were alternative technology, but effectively we're not paying much more for the additional technology, and where we did do things like solar geysers, a lot of that was donated. So there's not a huge budget implication on the alternative building technology. Obviously, in the case we've spoken about Transhex, there were time delays and issues with fixing some of the faults with the initial technology that was adopted. But other than that, we don't budget extra for it. So unless things go wrong as they did in Transhex, there shouldn't be an additional cost for alternative technologies.
Chair, just in terms of the data in the title deed backlog, We are dependent upon the HSS system. It's the default system that National uses. They draw their backlog figures from there. The difficulty that we have is that in years gone by, the National Department themselves uploaded the deeds reports to the system. That has stopped around about 2012. So it's dependent on the provinces now to get their own download and update the system. So we have difficulty in updating the system. We have Brian Denton is our HS system system controller, so he's going to assist us, and he's opening up the system for our project managers, and we're setting up a standard operating procedure with the municipal officials, though that is in place, but we're having a formal training program with them so that they can update it. So at any given point in time, when we draw a report from the HSS, it is as close as possible to the true title deed backlog that it is.
Thank you very much. I did face when you talked about some of the officials to do the title deed, because when we're going around, others, they were pretending or they didn't even know they can apply for a grant for the title deeds. So if they're going to take that responsibility, moving back to where you are going to encounter the problems, but it's another discussion for another day as we move on. Follow-up members. I'm going to start with Member America, go to Member Maran, Member August. Member Murray, you also want follow-up? Okay, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. I just want a little clarity on the amount that was transferred to the City of Cape Town for title deeds. It's about 12,400,000 rand. And none of it was spent. Is there a particular reason as to why, this sort of exists? What's the explanation from the City of Cape Town as to why the transfers weren't spent at all? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, I'm not sure whether I've understood it correctly on the issue of communique. And the initial question, what are you doing as a department when it comes to people staying in poorly conditioned places, and also the issue of evictions? Because I know there's a plea, and I also know, and I believe also to the MEC for the department to intervene. So I'm not sure whether your response was, but there can be no intervention from the department side when it comes to. But you will know what I mean. That's the one. The other one, MEC, and your response was that if you see what these property costs within the open market. Because the initial question was, for instance, your B&G versus those deferred houses. And I also said in my initial question that we were there, the route that separates your B&G builded houses and these ones. And also on the other side, next to those projects, there's those upmarket, so they should call it your middle income group. It's also there. Are you then saying, MEC, that building those type of houses in close vicinity of your upmarket doesn't have an impact? Because there is this notion that if you build those type of houses close to upmarket houses, it will impact on the value of those houses. Does that not have an impact? And if not, we then should not be afraid to bring it to the City of Cape Town, into town. We should not be afraid to do that. Then budget blocking. Does it mean that if the value of the contract is this amount, this budget blocking thing will make sure that not a cent will be paid. Not one single cent will be paid, unless there is some deviation whatsoever. But if that's the contract, yeah, so this budget blocking thing is going to ensure that. Okay, oh, that's fine. Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Member August?
Chairperson, thank you. I'm not happy with the answer about the walls. Perhaps I would like to ask the department or the minister to perhaps explore it further and have a conversation at MINMEC. If there's a possibility that can be worked into the criteria. And then I would like to ask the department, what would they put in place to assist? Obviously, with the FLISP, it would be easier because it's bank finance and the bank can assist. But if we should maybe get some, you don't need an attorney or a lawyer to do wills, but it just makes your work so much easier when it comes to the title deeds. Then the second thing is, has the department looked at a specific type or the topology of housing to have one uniformity? I make the example, we went on a site visit with that housing development just past Worcester. As you go to Robertson at the circle, you turn right. If you look at that development, there's a bath with a shower in the bath, but it's that smaller bath. It's not the normal size bath, it's the smaller version. I think it's a plastic bath, which would assist. And have you looked at what would be the best uniformity within the province, or what's the reason that we have different types of housing developments? Looking at that to me, if you're disabled or physically challenged, you'll be able to get into a bath like that. If anything happens, you know, that would become more convenient for the home dwellers. Thank you. Or for the residents.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in terms of Member Maran, BNG versus FLISP and the impact, I mean, this is sadly a reality that we call it NIMBYism, not in my backyard. And one of the biggest NIMBYism examples is the value of my house is going to actually devalue. And I want to actually thank Gavin Wise for providing me with the 2018 study, among others, where it's the opposite. And I'll use another example just to substantiate my answer. In Botasig, we have a social housing project. And before the construction began, there was a lot of fight back against the recipient community. But in reality, since construction until now, the value of the surrounding community, the value of the property has actually increased since we invested the social housing project. So I really pity those that are still stuck pre-1994 with a NIMBYistic thought line, but the data at my disposal proves the contrary, which is why, for instance, when you use the example of Cape Agulhas, remember, if we want to integrate communities, you have the medium income, you have the BNG, and now we're doing the deferred ownership. At the end of the day, the subterranean investment, which is the bulk infrastructure, also contributes to the value of the surrounding properties as well, among other things. So I think it's very unfair or wrong to surmise that there's an impact on the value of your property. It's just, in Afrikaans, we say, you know, stel dat die mense moet hulle oogies moet oopgaan. There's facts never lie. Then, Member August, I know when you speak about uniformity of design, you know, municipalities give input to how the units must look and feel for their beneficiaries, for their citizens. So that's how I understand it, because I am aware that municipalities or councils play a huge role. I mean, if I make an example, you went to Cape Agulhas, you saw, as you came into Cape Agulhas, site H and F, those lovely colored houses on the right hand of the left-hand side. The municipality engaged the implementing agent on the color of the houses and so forth. So council does have a leverage on how the product must look. Otherwise, your area is going to look very bland if everything looks the same, to be quite honest. So, I mean, that's my response. I know that whenever the department has a program that when we hand over keys for beneficiaries, there is some form of beneficiary education happening even before that, together with the municipalities. And one of those focus areas is actually, you know, you need to have a will, and I normally ask people, do they have it? Now, we know in September month, for that full month, all attorneys that participate do it for free. So I know at MINMEC we have discussed this, and the issue was, how do we actually then maximize that will-free month to engage our possible beneficiaries that you need a will, it's done for free, please go and do it. But certain municipalities in the Western Cape have gone a step further. They actually have within the human settlements departments, actually have people that do it for free, because many of our beneficiaries that are elderly can't properly read and write. So they actually assist them with a generic form of a testament or a will, because many of them are not even aware they must have that. So that's part of our contribution. So at this stage, it's actually all that we can do at the moment. So that's why when I opened up, I spoke about partnerships. So it's key that our councillors also now start playing their part in the broader society as a whole. We have a lot to contribute if we work together. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the communique question, if it's private land, then we have the tribunal, the rental housing tribunal, that beneficiaries can apply to. There's support mechanisms that gets provided. There's information that's available. There's an online portal. There is methods for persons to get a free service to intervene in a matter like communique. From a social housing perspective, they can also use the rental housing tribunal, but if evictions and those kinds of things are gaining publicity from a social housing perspective, the Social Housing Regulatory Authority would be reviewing what communique has done, have a look if, for example, some of the issues often raised against communique is that their increases are over and above what it should be. And when the Social Housing Regulatory Authority provides the input, it will show that it's in alignment with what the sector expectation is. So the SHRA plays that oversight role when it comes to social housing stock. But it's a private landlord, private tenant relationship if the stock has not been funded with government, and the rental housing tribunal is then available to support the tenant in that regard. I'm going to ask the CFO just to give some information on the 12 million rand that was gazetted for the City of Cape Town. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We gazetted 12.4 million to the City of Cape Town in the adjustments budget last year. That was in December. The City of Cape Town went out on tender. Tender CM 60149 was awarded for a panel of conveyances, and are busy with the investigations on those title deeds. And the projects is in Makaza, Browns Farm, Wallasdean, Neures, Guguletu, Lawandle, Philippi Park, Silvertown, and some other projects. Everything is committed. Thank you.
Very much. I think the last one from me, it will maybe a comment, you might not have the answer to it, is when we look at the beneficiary list of the municipalities, you'll find that there are families that have been evicted from the farms, and you'll find there is an 80-year-old and 90-year-old. And sometimes you find municipality policies say you have to be on the list for about 3 or 5 years. So that means that 80 or 90-year-old have to wait. Now, I'm wondering if that case have come to the department, and if you have ever attended to that, how did you go about? Because it's one of the things that, as we were going as the standing committee, we were trying to understand where you get an 80-year-old at a municipality, a 90-year-old municipality, and across the board municipalities were saying most of this elderly, they come from the farms, and that means they have never been on their database. Now, how do we attend to that as the department to make sure that municipalities also, they are empowered to know how to go about, because it's sort of a toothache to them to say, how do we go about, because here's the policy that we do have. That means they have to deviate from that policy, and it can open up for the unhappiness within the communities. Minister.
Chair, before I pass on to acting HOD, look, in 2019, when I became the Provincial Minister, that was actually one of the questions I posed to the former HOD, because the reality is many of our farm workers are not aware they need to register to be on the Municipal Housing Demand Database. And the reality is once they have reached a specific lifespan in the cycle of agriculture on the farms, then some farmers actually evict these people. That's the sad reality that one sees playing itself out not only in the Western Cape, I must add. So what he informed me at that stage was that, look, point number one is that, one would need some form of confirmation for the period that that form of farm worker has actually lived on such a farm, in the form of an affidavit. They will then, through the municipality, apply to the province. So should there be a project or this construction of a project that we might consider such an individual, reflecting, almost utilizing the period that they have been living on the farm as the period as if though they've been on the housing waiting list. So since I became provincial minister, whenever I got this question, that has been my response. There is a mechanism, but it needs to emanate from local government upwards through to the department. For the last 3 years that I've been at the helm, I've not received such a request, I must say. So it's not that the door is totally closed, but since then, Agri Western Cape and the regional structures has actually approached us to say they seek to partner with the Department of Human Settlements, but focusing on agri villages or housing assistance for farm workers. At the moment, this will be happening in the new financial year, so I can't venture deep down into it. We are looking at how we can partner with Agri Western Cape. A district has been identified where the organized agricultural sector are willing to come on board, but it's how do we structure that and so forth. So that's another solution that I'm working on, because some of these realities are there. The spirit of the law is there to give us guidance, but we mustn't stare us blindly at the letter of the law. We must find legal recourse to help these poor people, because many of them were never aware they can actually register to be on a housing waiting list.
Minister's answered. I can perhaps just ask Brian to give some practical how he's implemented it from a subsidy administration point of view. Thank you.
Also, before he answers the land use strategy, I didn't hear the response to that. Is there anyone who responded to that?
Okay, let Brian answer that and then I'll get back there. Thank you.
Chair, just to latch on to Minister, I think the municipalities, they are the allocation authority for persons from their waiting list or needs database. And when the department developed the revised guidelines, we've included a bit saying that in the event that you know that the Denton family has been squatting on a certain area, whether it be on a farm, etc., and because they had a sense of having security of tenure, which wasn't actually there, then the council of the municipality must make a decision. And in view of access rights on the housing data system, persons then can be placed onto that waiting list with a retrospective date. So it does make provision for the processes.
Chairperson, I think Rob did respond to the land use strategy. Chairperson spoke about the land parcels and how do we protect the land parcels when people are moving. Is that the question you're referring to?
Maybe I didn't structure it. He responded to that, but I wanted to find out also where you have the land parcels. What is your strategy before the land invasion happens also?
So to protect the property from land invasions. Sorry,
So you do have a land parcel. Let's say you buy a piece of land in Bodrefier, and after you buy it, one way or another, the community knows, and then they do the land invasion. Now I'm asking that period before they can go for land invasion, how do you go about to make sure that you stop that, where you develop a land use strategy? Because we get the information sometimes as members, where's the land that is government, Knofkral being the ideal one, if I can say, minister, behave. So Knofkral being the example of everybody knew that is a government land parcel. So I want to come back specific for us for the province, where you know you've got a land parcel. Do you have the land use strategy? Because one way or another, the community, they get information of where is the land parcels of the government. Now, do you have a strategy before land invasion? Because it's costly to you immediately after land invasion, unless if you have the strategy that can react to that, it will be maybe cheaper than when you have to get red ends or give the services to that land parcel.
Chairperson, before Kamala gives the administrative response, You would recall when we were doing the peak of COVID-19 and we saw the massive, over 1,025 invasion attempts in 18 months. So what Cabinet did was we formed a working committee of Cabinet. I'm part of that. Department of Local Government, Transport and Public Works, all came together with the City of Cape Town, SAPS and so forth, to see how we couldn't find a way to mitigate it moving forward, because you can't be reactive the whole time. And what we have put in place is a specific SOP that relates to that. And I must say it's been very successful to an extent, because there's only so much you can do, because SAPS, they've got limited resources and we do need them to be part of that. In the non-metro areas, we have seen the same SOP approach done in Mossel Bay and other areas where it's been very, very successful, where no land invasions could happen. So that's a proactive measure, but it still costs us money. We still need to budget for it until such time that one could, to quote you now, the land usage. The problem is, once the host community finds out where the piece of land is, just like you and I follow the rule of law, you also have syndicates that don't follow the rule of law, but also get access to this information.
I think Minister's covered it to a large extent, unless you require more information. Thank you.
I think they covered me on that one. Member Maran?
Look, Chair, and I'm not saying that an 80-year-old person must not get a house. I'm not saying that, especially those who are staying on farms. But if you look, for instance, and we've had this discussion earlier on houses that have been sold, and Vredebest, for instance, in Witzenberg, is one of those examples that elderly persons who are staying on farms older than 60 are some of those who are selling those, because they know they are protected under the extension of the Secured Antenna Act. Right? If a person, and there's two things that you can't read apart from each other, you have to read them. 10 years and more and 60 years old. Because I hear now you are saying that there's 18 years old that gets evicted. Because I don't think there's any court that will basically rule for an 80-year-old to be evicted on the farm if the person is 10 years and more and they have reached his retirement age. So I'm just raising this issue because it's a concern when I'm hearing that there might be a 80-year-old person that's been evicted from a farm. And that person, basically, his name is not on the waiting list, and therefore he's not entitled, or he's not in the queue, basically, to get a house. But I think it's an issue that we need to follow up if there is such cases and how you can then deal with that specific issues. But it's not normal for an 80-year-old person to be evicted on a farm. No farmer will basically take into his service a 60-year-old person who have reached his retirement age. Why I'm saying that is an 80-year-old person you will find stays there for 30 or 40 years. You will not have an 80-year-old person that stays on that farm for less than 10 years, which will make it possible for that person to be evicted if he's 80 years but less than 10 years on that particular farm.
Chair, as I may, as a member of the legislature, part of my duties is to ensure I keep myself abreast with any matters or judgments that will help form my cognitive capacity to make decisions. Now, 3 weeks ago, there was a constitutional court ruling where an elderly person in another province who had lived her entire life on a farm, ultimately she was banned because she wasn't a productive contributor to the farm. And, she was offered alternative accommodation by the farm owner and whoever advised her, they pushed the thing all the way to the Constitutional Court. And now she's found wanting because the court says this farm did everything it could. So the basis already is there, set now, a precedent by that court judgment, that we are looking at it. How does one then relate to those matters? Which is why we try to empower in the Western Cape our municipalities and our councils regarding the option which Brian has given. Because there is a legal recourse, there is a legal method to address that. But sadly, it's not been taken up by our non-metro municipalities because the bulk of the agricultural sector vests outside of the city of Cape Town. So those are the areas that we must seek to empower to know more about this. But there was also a second judgment, also in the 3 weeks, in favor of a matter in Stellenbosch, once again, an eviction order was in place. The host community, they invaded the portion of land, and now the High Court in the Western Cape has actually said that those individuals must be moved with no alternative housing needed. A very interesting judgment.
It's those that have invaded. In a case where a farmer basically make available alternative accommodation, which is not worse than the current house where the person is staying in, and the person refused, the court might rule in favor of the applicant. May.
We'll make sure that
May.
I arrange that discussion between you and Minister. I'm very generous so that it can continue. But the last one, I think from me, it will be, in the past, we had a system where if a beneficiary benefited from the service side, it's not going to benefit again for the housing. Now you've got the problem of the land invasion that you have to shift people to go where you are going to give the services. So how do you mitigate that there's no double dipping as a beneficiary? And if you are doing it, how do you use the system? Because the past system was not allowing Matlodi to benefit from a stand and also in future benefit from a housing for a top structure.
When it comes to services, if you're going to upgrade an informal settlement, you upgrade the entire settlement. It wouldn't be I qualify or you don't qualify. In terms of the informal settlement, that would kick in terms of top structure. They can buy, somebody who doesn't qualify can buy that site. But you upgrade an entire informal settlement.
Chair, I think, excuse me, firstly, I hear the Chair talking about what we used to refer to the old consolidation subsidies, where persons were only given as part of their assistance was a service site. So if that land was invaded, what happens to the actual rightful owner? I think in those instances, we had of those instances already, where we obviously have to waive the fact that what we call, many times I heard people talking about overriding the housing subsidy system. Then you have good reason to override because, excuse me, the fact that the state in its collective form has failed to protect that person on that site, then that person can be reconsidered and we will then remove the previous approval and the person will be assisted again for the second time.
Okay, we don't stop learning about the new systems, eh? Anyway, members, I think we have exhausted your B. I know you're looking forward to CAM 7. Now I am going to go to part D. That's the last section of the human resource. Member America, don't allow Member Maran to influence you. Member Maran, any questions from part D?
I wanted to ask an earlier question on the issue of service sites, and specifically Breda Valley. I think it's 488. Where does Stoffland fit in?
Honorable member,
I'm saying that's why I was saying, Chair. I wanted to ask a initial question in the previous round, when I've listened to the gentlemen that have spoken. I wanted to ask, where does Stoffland fit in? 1,000 service sites.
That's a very complicated question.
How is it complicated?
Unpack it so that the department can hear. You're saying?
I'm not sure whether the question was how many service sites are there in the post and whether that was the response. Because when I've listened to the response, I then ask myself, where does Stoffland fit in with 1,000 service plots? No one for the last 5, 6, 7 years have spoken about Stoffland.
I think it was a breakdown of the service sites. Was it the breakdown of the service site that you were mentioning?
Yes.
Where you have done the
The breakdown of service sites. And I haven't heard Stoffland.
If I may, the Stoffland is in the Durance project. That's an older project. So the 488 that was mentioned today is a new project. That's on the Transex. So the Stoffland is that old project in the Durance. Or you're talking about the public works land?
No, Chair, I thought the question was how many service sites are there? But I hear now the response, this is new ones. You're not going to speak about the old one of 1,000 plots anymore.
That means he doesn't have to respond to that. Now you got the clarity. We go to D, human resource management. Open for the questions, honorable members. Member Murray, Member August, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to know with regards to page 75, employment and vacancies by salary band as at 31 March 2022. What contributes to the high vacancy rate of 6.3% for senior management, levels 13 to 16, and how is that being addressed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member August.
Chairperson, just a quick one. Has the department reached their percentage of physically challenged workers?
Very much. Member Maran.
Chair, I think I'm covered by the one question by the Honourable Murray in terms of vacant post. Chair, page 71, third bullet, youth development programs for assisting with creating talent pipelines and internships. And I think in the previous, under B, also dealt with the issue of EPWP, where contractors can apply, Chair. I just wanted to check, Chair, because you also got the bargaining council in your different towns that basically prescribe construction workers, the salary, en dan die seals wat jy moet koop vir hulle wat hulle aan die einde van die jaar kry. These ones that's been paid part of the EPW contracts, doesn't they qualify for that? And was there ever a contestation in some of your projects where this particular argument came up? What the bargaining council, not the bargaining council, the, what do you call, bouwneverheidsraad, what they prescribe workers should pay versus EPWP. Then, Chair, 82, table 3.15, total number of employees. What causes the delay in filling the top management vacancy? To what extent did this contribute to challenges such as the regressed audit opinion? Chair, then on page 102, types of misconduct. To what page are we? Details of the person, what was his position, what drug was consumed.
Continue, I'm listening.
No, you shake your head as if.
No,
it seems, Chair, there was a person under the influence of drugs. Was it tuck? Was it? And then lastly, Chair, the 102 also, table 312.4, grievances lost. What are the details of all the grievances that's been lodged? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Member Moran. Are there any further questions from the members?
No, I'm finished.
No further questions. I'll hand over to the department.
Thank you. One of the senior management posts that were vacant is our head of department post, which we're busy recruiting now. Two of the other posts that were vacant are in our implementation team that require specific technical skills. So we don't necessarily get the we don't always get the candidates that apply with the correct skill, or if they do have the correct skill, the salary band that they want is significantly more than we can pay. We've had the post, there was a post advertised, and there's problems with the candidates that apply. So the posts have been advertised, but we haven't been able to fill them, and our head of department post is in the process of being finalized now. If I can ask Francois just respond to the rest of the HR questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Right, the acting HOD has indicated the HOD's position. People with disabilities, 4.3% against the 2% target as prescribed. EPWP, that the rates are prescribed by the Department of Transport and Public Works. So we cannot deviate from that, and that those people are employed in all of our projects. They are not employed by the contractor, and those employees that he's got, those workers, they are then paid against the rates as per the Bargaining Council. The misconduct was for someone, and it was more alcohol related, and it's in salary level 7. He was sent for rehabilitation, and his sanction was 2 months without pay, but the department had to pay for his rehabilitation. On the grievances, it's all kinds of types of grievances that we've got. Filling of posts. Then there's a few that was not happy with the upgrading of their positions. They wanted a higher level. Victimization, employee relations, performance management, and conduct of a supervisor. Most of these cases are resolved. So we are in a good state there. There's nine grievances resolved, and the 11 that is not resolved was mostly the same group of five people that had 2 grievances, and none of them were resolved.
Any further comments from the department? None. Members, any follow-up questions? I see Member Moran.
Chair, yes. Just on the EPWP, so they are not paid by the contractor, if I understand the answer correctly.
They are not paid by the contractor. The contractor gets his money from the EPWP.
Yes.
To pay them.
To pay them.
Yeah. But they are not employed, sorry, Chairperson, through you, they are not employed as a laborer of that specific contractor, where then the rates apply of the Bargaining Council.
So the rates of the building associate, what do you call it, bone average rate, don't apply when it comes to them?
Not to the EPWP.
Even if they are on a construction site? Okay.
Thank you. I just want to see if there are any further questions from members. I'd like to add a question myself. So with regards to page 80, I see that for the age bracket of 25 to 29 years old, there is a considerably higher number of resignations for that age group at 30, whereas the lowest is at about 5%. I wanted to understand what the contributing factors were for the higher number of resignations for those in this area. Thank you.
Acting HOD?
Person, I can just indicate, remember we have a lot of contract workers. Those are the youngsters that's either on candidates or interns that comes into the department, or they are on contract. We can only have contracts for 1 year. So every year they must resign and reapply. So that is the reason for that group.
Okay, I'm going to take that was the last question from the members. Okay, with that being said, Minister, back to you, the last word.
Well, Chair, from my side, I really do want to thank the Standing Committee and your leadership for, I think, very thought-provoking questions, but I think it also paints and shows the members the complexity within which we as a department need to function. And given what we have managed to attain for the year under review under very difficult circumstances, it also speaks to a commitment from our officials to ensure that we execute our mandate under difficult circumstances. And I'd really love to thank each and every official present here for the role that they have played to ensure that we at least got the outcome which we have. And yes, very soon the position of HOD will be filled. But as I opened up this morning, we are now focusing on the new Department of Infrastructure. We are busy winding up the department, but we will also now seek to maximize on the opportunity which will flow from that new department, which I think all members here will appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think from our side, rather than me talking, I've been talking for the whole day. I'm going to, on behalf of us, Member America, last word.
You could have said it. Thank you. To the Minister and all the loyal and committed employees of the department, on behalf of the Standing Committee on Local Government and the members present, I'd like to thank you for the dedication and preparation you have put into this particular annual report and the manner in which you responded to the question. And I think it is, from recollections in other committees, it was extensive and complete. And for that, we are very, very, very thankful. And may you, on behalf of this committee, may you continue to excel in your positions and wherever you may be. And may you and your family have a safe and enjoyable festive period. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can't add in on that one. It was the last word for my favorite chair. With that being said, thank you very much. You can leave us quietly so that we can do the resolutions. Members, option 1, we do the resolutions so now and we adopt them. Option 2, we'll come back just for the resolutions and adopt them. So what do you settle for? I don't mean today. What I mean is that we will have another date that will have to come to adopt the resolution. We have to do the resolutions now. So we will have to come back to adopt them. So I was giving the option of let's do the resolutions and adopt them. Then you don't have to come for another date to just adopt the resolutions.
But then I'm going to have to put them on the screen so members can see.
No, you don't. You have to say them. The resolutions. Member Murray. Pardon? Yeah. Member Maran?
No, that suggestion, he's putting suggestions in my mouth. I think with the tribunal chair, what was missing and the way we had it in the past, we had the remuneration to the members tabulated, and for transparency and completeness purposes, it was absent from today's report, and so maybe we could request that. And then secondly, those adapted policies that they have, the enhanced service site policy, whereby they have these 3 categories, the database beneficiary allocation policies that they've revised, and then there's a third one, which is the increased in density policy that they have also sort of, or research paper that they have done. Maybe if you could have copies of those research policies, then it would be certainly be helpful as far as I'm concerned. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
So the ones that I've noted was there should be more information on what the department has in terms of the eviction of ATLs. That was the one that I...
ATLs?
Yeah, the eviction of ATLs on farm. No?
No, 80-year-old, no, it wasn't the eviction of... It's more of they explained what is it that they're doing on that one, so it wasn't there.
Okay. Then the drift sand issues, the Medical Research Council, there's a tech report that they must provide to us. They say they're going to provide to us, not us asking for it.
Could you just repeat that, please? Because I know they did mention that they have set aside like 8 million rand to rehabilitate this portion of drift sand for relocation.
From the nature reserve.
Okay, so what happened that Minister said that they spent 8 million rand to move people from the bank of the river because of it was uninhabitable land where the disaster can happen. They moved them, and then that's where that 8 million was allocated. But now there's another people that have moved back there.
Yeah.
So that is why I was asking the issue of the land use strategy of what is it, if you know people they do that, what do you do after you move to them?
Yeah.
Yeah, the other ones have moved there. Yeah, then the others came and stayed there. Now they've gone the same. Yeah. No, it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when you like here is a public space, so when you deal with it direct, then a person comes to you, a community member comes to you, asking you to assist to get the information. So you go direct. The only difference here was we are in the public space and then using the name and surname of which it's the act. We are trying to learn to, because before we could just say Matlodi has applied and blah, 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 but now we... Yeah. I know.
We need the permission from the person to require
you need to call that person and say that, okay, do you agree that I can blah blah blah, and then have to agree that, and in a way you have to have record of that for in case if they can say I never said you must use my name. It's more to protect you than anyone else. That's how it's supposed to be. So even if they wrote the letter, you say okay.
Chair, I think you can't put it more clearer to women. I mean, if they want you to make that inquiry, then they shouldn't have difficulty providing you that consent. Yeah. If they don't want to provide it to you, then they need to do it themselves. As simple as that. Because in terms of the Public Act, you know, the department won't be able to assist you without that.
Yeah. Remember, I can give you an example. Remember the matrix of District 6? they came here, they gave us all those things that this is happening, this is happening. We sent to National. National say that I will communicate with them direct because the Appropriate Act doesn't allow me to give you information. And they are right, it doesn't allow, even if I have to have the letters, consent letters of all those people that came before they can bring it to the standing committee. Okay, I think that was all that is there, which to Mrs. Beautiful writing that we'll send it on the members. And in principle, can we just adopt that? Okay. Proposal by member.
I second that, Chair, but I mean, if there are additional resolutions that members would like to forward, and certainly by when would be appropriate, Chair?
Yeah, if there can be any additional, just send it on our group, then we will approve that through there.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
By Wednesday?
Wednesday,
Yeah,
thank you, Chair.
by Wednesday. If nothing has come forth, that means that we adopted as it is now. Members, thank you very much. It's been a long day. And myself and member America, the struggle continues. The meeting is adjourned.